You literally can't wait? Well, you literally have to. Hate to break it to you. You literally have to. Although, theoretically, you could just go play Dwarf Fortress right now, as it is completely free on bay12games.com/dwarves. Get back into that fort. Oh, also, shout out for shout out, right? It's only fair. I mean, we actually have elephants in this fort, so it's fitting. Go click that follow button, chat. Hey, we have elephants. It's clearly an E. An elephant, a huge hairless mammal, fond of grazing in grasslands in groups. It eats plants, which it lifts up with its long trunk. When angered, it will attack with its long tusks. He is very skinny. His skin is gray. His eyes are yellow. See? An elephant. But I lied to you. All right, so I've lost a lot of dwarves because that siege kind of went bad. Moldorf is dead. Rest in peace to Moldorf, the mole killer. You killed a mole and then died in a ball of fire, probably. So it's time to start memorializing all of these dwarves. It's such a shame that Spooky, Darren, Akre all passed away. They all died valiantly, I have to say, except for Darren, who just kind of blindly walked into a siege of goblins and got stabbed to death for some reason. They just jumped in? No, they dodged. is actually what happened, is they dodged. They dodged off the edge. So now that we've got that rolling, we can, like, unsuspend these burrows. We can go into the jobs, and we can reactivate all these jobs and then reconstruct all the shit that they broke. Which turns out was a lot of stuff. So we're going to have to reconstruct all the shit that they broke. And they're immediately suspending stuff again. Whereas we're unable to complete a wall. Well, not too surprised. So, let's drop down a layer. Machines, no. B. Oh, I see. Caps are on. M. G. Turns out keyboard-driven games don't work so well when, you know, everything is not what you need. All right, so we're going to go over here into the stocks room, right? We're going to go to the body parts room, and we're going to throw it in the lava. We're also going to go down to the corpses section of the stockpile menu when it decides to load. And corpses are down there. I'm going to dump those as well. We're going to unforbid them. Chuck them all in the lava. We'll memorialize the ones that matter. Also going to claim everything that's forbidden there. No, just because the game isn't released doesn't mean that they have to wait to start giving them money. You know, yeah, that's the thing, is like there's all these people just like screeching on like the Steam page, and they're just like, I want to give them money. It's like, then do it. And then they go, but I want the game. It's like, make up your mind. You crazy son of a whatever you are. It's very much a, but no, daddy, I want it now. Veronica Salt situation. God, there's so much troll blood everywhere. This will be a very elegant defensive structure once it's finished, but it's just not finished yet. It's just not ready. But yeah, I don't know. I give them money every month because of how much I play this game. But, you know, I don't know. I think that that's also kind of a losing battle, the whole, well, you could just give them money right now argument. Yeah, there is that Patreon, and they accept PayPal tips. Both are perfectly legitimate formats of giving Bay 12 Games money. You want to give them money and sales figures? Oh, so you're part of the problem then. Because you're suggesting the solution and then immediately going, but I also want the... And yeah, I too want the game. I really, really like the game. But unfortunately, can't have everything. Are they climbing that? How the hell are they getting up there? Want something in return? Like the continued existence of Dwarf Fortress? Can't always have what you want. Yeah, well, I mean, you can have what you want. On December 6th. When the video game releases. But as always, because we are playing Dwarf Fortress and this game is nonsensically complicated to comprehend if you've never played it before, if anybody here is brand new to the game and has questions, just there is no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fortress, including how do I build a door? So if you have questions, just shout at me, and I will do my damnedest to give you a concise, quick, and clear answer and response. I'm really curious to see how long it's going to take for, like, the increased wish list count and stuff to start showing up, and if it's actually going to be noticeable. Because I'll bet you they're getting a lot of new release information. Is it really just 33 days? Gosh. Feels longer than that. 33 days sounds shorter than 4 weeks, I'll say that much. I know. Carpenter's been missing for a week. How many dwarves did we lose? Yeah, like 20. Jeez. That was quite the siege. That actually went quite poorly. Really isn't a lot of dwarves dumping stuff. There's a lot of dwarves. Oh, I see. I know something that's a problem. We have to let Aqua out of the lever room because Aqua's currently like dying of thirst. Place item in tomb. There. Where are you going to place something in tomb? Well, I mean, you got plenty of time until then. I mean, now's a good time to finish playing the games that you wouldn't be able to finish otherwise, you know. Instead of a small history? Well, I mean, that's easy to, like, just fix. 2 buttons. Now's a good time to explore and learn a little bit of Dwarf Fortress, or alternatively go play something completely different. Because both are perfectly valid options. You know, I think I'm going to do more Path of Acra this evening, because that is a neat little game that I want to see more of. I mean, by 2 buttons, I mean abort and then fix it. Like, it's literally just abort world. How far have you been able to, like, send a creature flying? I have no idea because I don't have any direct comparisons. But pretty damn far. I mean, were you here earlier for that siege? That's about as high as stuff goes that I've done. There was somebody in chat who was trying to send a dwarf into orbit. I don't think they ever actually succeeded in it, though. They were using, like, catapults or minecarts to catapult characters off the map, essentially. Which seemed pretty efficient. I don't know. Stray puppy? Delicious. Oh, never mind. It's a named puppy. So we're starting to chuck stuff, I think. Not really seeing much. I'm seeing, like, okay, I'm starting to see some dumping items. A lot of stuff down here getting dumped. We should just let the dwarves run. Kerbal Space Dwarfs? Kinda, yeah. I mean, not really. It wasn't successful. Basically, the science kind of concluded with there is a invisible force field around the top of every map that the dwarves cannot pass. Basically, like, if you've ever read or seen the short series Dome, I think it's Stephen King. In Dome, there's like a dome over the town for some reason. It's like a character experiment, right? Well, this is basically that. The dwarves are stuck inside of a dome. Other things can enter the dome, but the dwarves can't leave. Unless you order them to. You saw the series? It's not very good, is it? I've seen parts of it. I saw like the first couple episodes of the first series of that series, and I was like, it's not very good. This is pretty bad, actually. Chat, you guys want to see a really big, scary number? 1.4 million people have seen my thumbnails. 129,000 people clicked them. That's a big number. So there's somebody in my comments right now stating that like it's redundant to complain about features from ASCII modes going away because it's like refusing to play Mario Odyssey because it's too far from a side-scrolling platformer. It's like, why nobody is complaining or making fun of people for not using them. What? It's strange. I don't like 3D platformers. I'm like, this is a really bad example. That's what, 9%? Yep, 9% click-through rating. It's a lot. Yeah, could we triple it, please? Or just, like, get me more impressions. That would also work. We always need more Dwarf. I'm not a big YouTuber. To give you an idea, calling me a big YouTuber is like... It's just not true. I'm not a big YouTuber. I have a video that's doing all right now. If every video did as well as the one video that I have that's doing pretty damn good right now, I'd be a big YouTuber. But I have one video doing well. That's not making me a big YouTuber. It's like calling yourself a mechanic after changing your own tire. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm not saying that I'm not a good YouTuber. I'm just not a big YouTuber. Like, you can upload absolutely incredible quality content, but you're not big or famous. It's like, sometimes people like to call me famous, and it just kind of fuzzles my brain a little bit because I'm not famous, right? I'm extremely famous in a very, very, very tiny specific part of the internet, which is vastly irrelevant to the vast majority of the planet. Am I famous? No. I'm known in a community. There's a difference. Quality over quantity? I definitely upload quantity over quality, but it's more big as size of audience. It doesn't matter what you're uploading. If nobody watches it, you're a small YouTuber, even if your content's fantastic. All right, well, we need to get this stuff all patched together sooner rather than later. Respect respectable size YouTuber. No, I'm pretty average right now. I'm a YouTuber that's actually like seeing some success, but I'm not big. For me, in my own brain, I'll be a big YouTuber when I have a silver play button. That's when you get to that point in my brain. And even then, like, you could still kill your channel after that. Like, there's plenty of channels with 500,000 plus subscribers that get less views than me. I mean, I get significantly higher views than a friend of mine from Vancouver, and he's got like 140,000 subs on YouTube. Uploads a video, gets 500 views. So, dude, if they gave me an ASCII play button, like actually, I would be so happy. But no, that's my that's the point where I will feel like I'm a big YouTuber, is when I have a play button. Well, I mean, Krug Smash has 100,000 subs. He's a big YouTuber, right? I'm the PewDiePie of Dwarf Fortress? Why you gotta hurt me like that? It's like, I see what you're saying, and I get your point, and it's flattering, but also, why PewDiePie? Why couldn't I at least be like fucking, I don't know, anybody else? Why Felix? Ah, man. Even I ain't about that, and I'm offended. I mean, I'm not even remotely offended by that. I mean, it's a nice compliment, but I've never had a heated gamer moment though. How can I be a what's up, Dwarfers? You know, let's go maximum cringe with this shit. I should do a DF Steam news in the style of PewDiePie at some point. Or no, I should do a DF Steam news in the style of Jacksepticeye, where it's just like, oh, pap, and then just like screeching for four minutes. There's, you know, honestly, actually, yeah, I would take Markiplier. If someone was just like, blind, you're the Markiplier of Dwarf Fortress, I could live with that. That I could live with. Mark's pretty chill. Okay, one of my favorite videos on the internet of the past, like, decade, actually, is just, like, the first 1,000 videos that Jacksepticeye uploaded after he hit 1 million subscribers. So it's 1,000 videos that he uploaded after he hit 1 million subscribers, right? Played simultaneously. The first 30 seconds, it's like perfectly in sync to the millisecond, and it's like, how does he do that? This man's a fucking machine. My God. Dwarves are not thrilled. Also, why is... Okay, chat, does someone want to tell me why there's a... Was that a water buffalo? What is that? Why is there a dead water buffalo in my hallway? We'll put that there. Can you please remove it? Thanks. Premiere templates. But he films them separately. To be fair, his slap sound is pretty good. It's pretty good. Everybody's got a water buffalo. Yep. Well, we just kind of got to wait for the dwarves to finish putting everything away. Now I got Larry Boy stuck in my head. Cool. Well, thank you, Soul Shinery. Gonna listen while you get your fillings? Okay. Throwing stuff off the top of the tower. Oh, shit. I can unforbid that. Call it a RimWorld-like game? Stop saying it and people won't say that. The thing is, like, there is a fringe small category of people calling it that. The vast majority of people are more intelligent than that. So, ever mess with Nipple Dye? Yeah, sometimes. Long Death I do. I generally don't bother, though. Yes, it's all glass. Yeah, it's all green glass. Besides, clearly Dwarf Fortress is a Minecraft clone. Come on. You know, calling things a DF-like is silly. But yeah, I don't care. I'm not worried about that. Like, there's so many people who are just like, oh, be worried about this. People are going to be upset about this. They're going to complain about this. They're going to bitch about this. It's like, no, they're not. Just the vast majority of people will buy the game, play the tutorial, and enjoy it. Well, I mean, there is a playable version of Space Invaders that runs in an older version of Dwarf Fortress. I mean, clearly, if we're gonna call Dwarf Fortress a clone of something, the correct thing to reference is Armok Invaders. Don't ask me how this works. I don't know. Like, I have almost no idea. I do know that it's 6 years old. I've no idea. I don't think so. Elephant. I mean, it's terrible, unplayable, barely runs, and has nothing to do, and, like, you can walk around, kind of, and cast spells, and that's about it. You know? Like, it's 8 years of development that provided nothing but a partially functional 3D engine. So in response to that statement that doesn't really mean much, I will respond to you with another statement that doesn't really mean much, Nano. What about Zoidberg? And I shall eagerly await your answer. All right, well, we are bringing some stuff underground now, putting some stuff away. If you didn't hear the first half of the conversation, clip the stream and go listen to it. I'm trying to just shut down conversations before they get going because there's no point in keeping it going. Read what NanoBuilt said. That's what the question was referencing. That's all that Armok is. Wait, hold on a second. Is in like a sequel to 28 Weeks Later? Why? Because like 28 Days Later is a movie. 28 Weeks Later is a bad movie. Well, I mean, I actually would hesitate to say that 28 Days Later is a good movie. 28 Days Later is a movie. 28 Weeks Later is a bad movie. Ow, I can't get my coffee open. "28 Days Later" is like the peak zombies running quickly movie. Chat, honest question. I haven't watched that movie since I was a mid-teenager. Should I rewatch 28 Days Later? That movie's still any good? Because like currently the only zombie movie that I rewatch on a semi-frequent-ish basis is Shaun of the Dead. And I gotta say that Shaun of the Dead is still fucking fantastic. Like, genuinely, absolutely fantastic movie. Shaun of the Dead is wonderful. And there are very few movies where I will be like, that movie is wonderful, but Shaun of the Dead is genuinely wonderful. Because where are we going to go? We're to the Winchester! Fantastic movie. And everything else was meh. I mean, I remember enjoying Dawn of the Dead. I remember enjoying Shaun of the Dead. Never saw War Z. 28 Days Later was cool. At least I remember it being cool. I'm just like rattling through my brain of zombie movies. Like, I feel like I've seen a million zombie movies, but now that I'm actually like thinking about it, I've only seen like maybe a dozen tops. Shaun of the Dead is Shaun of the Dead is like the scary movie, or no, Shaun of the Dead is like Scream, but for zombie movies. It's like you watch it because you want to like laugh hysterically, not because you're gonna take it even remotely seriously. What is the gray tiles? It's a different material. So this is green glass, and then the gray is diorite. So it's just a different type of material because there are walls in the middle of this, and the diorite walls I don't have flooring on top of them, so they're just gray instead of other colors. How deep is this? 6 of 7? I should probably stop filling this, otherwise it's going to start overflowing, which wouldn't be optimal. So we are actually going to stop the lava flows. The abundant gray of diorite. The magma can cease falling because there's a bridge right here which will stop it from flowing. This will all dry up now. But no, I mean, I use it for construction, so it's fine. How many beds do I have currently? Oh, must be inside. That's, yeah, very helpful. Plenty. Can't recommend that you'd recommend, but it's in Spanish. I mean, I watch movies that aren't in English all the time. As long as there's like either good dubs or a good subtitle set that goes with it, then I don't care. I've been kind of wondering about those Army of the Dead movies that I think Michael Bay did? Was that Michael Bay? Or was that somebody else? No, actually, it was the guy that did the absolutely god-awful Justice League movie. Zack Snyder. I think he did those Army of the Dead movies. Oh, it's called One of the Dead. Is it a parody of Shaun of the Dead? A parody of a parody? Seems kind of meta. No, but it's a comedy. Huh. Well, that would just fall. It wouldn't punch a hole. It'll punch a hole in the floor, but yeah, it'll be fine. Let's just use blocks instead. Those are taking too long. You're sure that the referential nature of the title is intentional? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. All right, so I think I need to completely enclose these, the tops of these and go up to the top of the pyramid. Maybe I could have like towers poking out of the pyramid. That'll be difficult, but let's see what we can do. We could have like viewports or something, or maybe even dwarves with crossbows at the top, potentially. There's things we could do here that could be neat. Although I gotta say, even without the whole system working properly, this has been a very effective trap. Oh, wow, is that all of them? Oh my god, we are almost entirely hooked up. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. And then I just need to do these 4 corners on either side. And then I just need to make sure that that no evil critters get to my structure here, and then we're good. As long as nothing topples anything, we should be okay. I'm working on sealing stuff up. This has to be sealed in. This, I think, is the weak point right here, or one of the weak points. This is another one, but one weak point sealing at a time. I think I should remove that pillar at the bottom and rebuild that stairway. Did that mean? Oh, first been taken by a fey mood. I don't know. I feel like zombie films are something really difficult to do well, which is strange because you'd think that they would just be kind of like slam dunk easy movies, but. But yeah, no, I'm just kind of very much stuck in this. Like, my brain is just kind of repeatedly going through plans of, like, what to do when premium releases. And it's giving me this really unnecessarily large amount of anxiety right now. It's like, I shouldn't be sitting here just going, like, repeatedly rattling through. But here we are. Or to find the format, it became hard to come up with a very innovative zombie movie ideas. Sure. You know, it's funny because like I don't think that Walking Dead. I don't think that Walking Dead is a particularly good zombie franchise beyond the first season. First season was a really good zombie franchise, and then it just went extremely quickly downhill, in my opinion, to the point where it's just like insufferably boring. I'm gonna need more alcohol production. I need a bigger crafting area. I need to rebuild this entire crafting area and farming area. That's something that we need to do. We also need to make all these bedrooms usable. So one thing at a time, you know? One thing at a time. Let's set up bedrooms first. We're gonna do beds and doors, and then we're going to assign all of the beds. Then we're gonna add in the rest of the furniture after. Just need to get dwarves with beds, because I got dwarves, too many dwarves that don't have beds right now. I watched The Walking Dead far down the line, and it's the same cycle over and over. You know, I made it to the second half of the season where they're in the prison in The Walking Dead. And I'll say this, I was around the point where everybody was getting sick. And I was just like, you know, I feel like I've been here before. And then I just kind of like stared at it for a little bit and thought about it. I was like, this is just starting to feel like a soap opera. And I turned it off. I was like, I'm done. Just fuck this shit. Like, yeah, there's cool characters and cool sequences and cool art design and the zombies look awesome. But like, I don't want to see any of these people anymore. They're all annoying. They all suck. I kind of want them all to die. They're not dying fast enough. And they're all going to die soon because it seems like these actors are tired of being in this show. And like, except the one guy who's like the main character of the show and is never going to die. Unless they finally killed him, I don't know. It's basically just a soap opera where everybody's an anti-hero. and they all have guns, and there's zombies everywhere. But anyway, we should probably be talking about Dwarf Fortress, let's be honest. Or at least video games. As I'm just sitting here placing doorways. I should really be paying more attention to the dwarves in this fort, but the problem is like, I've just been constructing such detailed constructions in this fort, it's really hard to pay attention to the dwarves. Actually, I need more. 30. Probably don't need 500, but might as well make 500. All right, let's just follow this dwarf. Unless chat just wants to talk about Walking Dead, but I kind of doubt it. Did you have a dwarf in Stonewater? I actually can't remember, which is why I'm looking. Especially because there's a lot of dwarves in Stonewater. I'm throwing a third fort into the mix for October really kind of threw my brain for a loop. I don't think so, no. You certainly don't have one right now. I know you've had them in this world. I don't know if you've had one in Stone. Actually, I think you did, and I think they just died. Let me check. Actually, hold on. Let's go down here. No, A Sunday died. Onyx died. Taylor died. Petty died. Mac Moldorf. It doesn't actually look like it. What kind of dwarf do you want? Also, chat room. Since I haven't done this today, if you're lurking in the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. I'm going to slaughter some puppies. While I'm waiting. It's a lot of beer. Cheers, chat. We keep slaughtering puppies. And baby llamas, you know. Also, can I just say that I love the fact that, like, one of the post-release things that they're going to be working on is sprites for animals that are, like, young, like, baby sprites for dogs and stuff. It's like the fact that they're going to be making us puppy and kitten sprites, so you'll actually just, like, straight up just have a dead kitten in the hallway. It's not just going to be, like, a dead small cat. No, it'll just legit just be a dead kitten. Looking forward to, like, all of the new players playing Dwarf Fortress just being scarred by, why is there a dead cat there? Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Alright, that's gonna be my library. Let's just let them continue constructing buildings. We're building stuff everywhere. Literally everywhere. Could also just build over top of that. Maybe that's just the best idea, is to just build over top of that. Any sort of crafty dwarf? That's any dwarf, so I will just simply give you something random. We landed on a mason. I know that you have a dwarf in Long Death right now, which is one of the things that was throwing me off. You didn't feel anything when you saw Beak Dog's dead body. You are married. You have a husband. Ingish, the Fisher dwarf. Well, he's going to have a short life. You worship Ral, who's a deity of the Rim of Savants, who most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with wealth. You do have some close friends, which is pretty good for a dwarf. You're 59, not 95, 59 years old, born on the 4th of Slate in the year 197. If anybody else wants a dwarf as well, give me a shout. Her tall ears are very flattened, and she has a round chin. Her somewhat tall head is narrow. Her gold eyes are slightly protruding, and her eyebrows are somewhat high. Her hair is pale chestnut, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her skin is copper. She is very rarely sick, agile, and slow to tire and quick to heal, but she is very flimsy. She likes native aluminum, electrum, light yellow diamond, clear glass, and the color blue. Windows and catapult parts, and cavies for their adorable call. Do guinea pigs make noises? Apparently they have an adorable call. Unicorns for their horns, and the words of the silky bride, she prefers to consume flounder and sweet potato plants, and date wine. Absolutely hates mosquitoes, and has a boundless creative imagination. Personally sees competition as reasonably important, and values nature, and does not care about fairness, and dreams of creating a great masterwork someday. They go squeak, squeak, squeak. Really? Huh. You wouldn't mind a random dwarf phoenix? Got it. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment of and harm of those around her. She is concerned with the matters practical to the situation at hand, and with absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. She can be very happy and optimistic, and she has little interest in joking around and can handle stress. She is pleased by her own talents and appearance, and she has a calm demeanor and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she has a greedy streak. All right, chat, it's something I haven't done in a minute. All right. Something got staticky. Apparently I just had like a cable plugged into my computer that was plugged into nothing. Anyway, I just found that out. So anyway, we're standing now. I vacuumed over the weekend and moved my computer when I vacuumed. Turns out you should check where your computer was before, because I guess it was like about that far and about that far out of place. Unplugged one of my monitors when I was standing it up. Anyway, we're fine. Where was I? Without prolonged to handle stress, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she has a calm demeanor and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Has a greedy streak, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm even what now? I saw somebody want a dwarf. Okay, so Phoenix, you want a random dwarf. All right, random dwarf it is. Means I can't see what I'm doing except for chat. And pop. Yeah. Okay, well I can't give you a fox, but I can give you a stoneworker. So Saigon, you are Phoenix the dwarf. Except I didn't put a quote there. Darren, I'm very sorry for you, but you just got stabbed to death. You kind of blindly were walking down a hallway and there was a bunch of goblins in it. Anyway, you walked right into them and they stabbed you to death. She is dejected upon wearing old clothing. She's satisfied at work and feels blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. She's 88 years old, has 1 kid, and is a dubious worshiper of Uz. Uz is, of course, the deity of the Room of Savants, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels and gems. May you haunt the fortress forever. Working on making sure that won't happen, but I appreciate the effort. Your kid is Dastot. 88 years old, born on the 24th of Granite in the year 168. She has a round chin and her head is extremely narrow. Her copper skin is wrinkled and her gold eyes are slightly protruding. Her ears are slightly flattened and her somewhat high eyebrows are quite dense. Her hair is her hair is pale chestnut. Why is that so difficult to words? Her medium length hair is neatly combed. And she likes orpiment, rose gold, melanite, green glass, mountains, chains, geese for their formation flying, panda men for their striking coloration, and the words of the tomes of aquamarine. You don't like panda men for their fluff? And the sound of the poetry of tone, and when possible prefers to consume barley wine, yummy, and absolutely can't stand bark scorpions. She personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals. You know, I was just thinking about something. The DF Wiki went down earlier today. And I wonder how much of that is just like random traffic from all like the press surrounding Dwarf Fort. I wonder how many downloads Dwarf Fortress is getting right now. Like, I wonder how many people just went like, hey, I should reinstall DF. Or like, man, I'm going to go try DF for the first time since it's coming out in 2 weeks. Now's my last time to try this nightmare. But anyway, she's always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. A strengthening after becoming a parent. You're always in love with somebody. She desires... She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is unfriendly and disagreeable and has a great trouble mustering fear when confronted by danger and cracks easily under pressure. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is curious and eager to learn and tends to be passive in discussions. She often feels discouraged and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and tries to do things correctly each time. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. But how's your day been, Darren, if I can ask? Speaking of, it's time to memorialize some dwarves, methinks. Although, I can tell you, Darren, that your dwarf won't have like a mysteriously went missing. We had many dwarves fall off the edge of the wall and fall into the pit of lava, which was kind of bad. It was suboptimal, I would say. Yeah, we kind of lost a few dwarves. It was truly unfortunate. Truly, truly unfortunate. I gotta say, you know, I don't use the standing desk while I stream very often. I almost always am standing when I'm editing stuff and recording stuff, but I don't generally use it when I'm streaming. But man, when I want to stand, God, it's nice. You prefer goblin knifings over lava baths? We got to read about how a goblin was standing in lava and how that was annoying, which I think is kind of amazing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, it's Beak Dog Blood, okay. Okay, well, anyway. It should, yes, okay. So we've stopped filling the lava pit, and it's pretty much full. It's pretty much full. It shouldn't overflow into the danger zone ever, and it seems to be in a good spot. And all of these dwarves are putting beds and doors away, and I see a dwarf walking around doing the artifact. Well, that's good. Is the drawbridge covered in blood? Not covered in blood, but there is blood on the edge of it. Oh, the red ones? No, they're made out of blood cap. I actually have this really fucking cool cavern layer in this world, or in this fort particularly, which is the third cavern layer, I think. Yeah, it's this one. This is the deepest cavern layer. There's no water in it, so it's all blood cap. It's all blood cap. That's the only thing that grows down here is blood cap, because it's the only wood that grows without water. And also, fun fact, we saw a cave dragon run through it, but it hasn't come back. Oh shit! Hey, it's Aerith. Welcome back there, Dwarfy. Yeah. So we've seen cave dragons in this. There's a lot of Bloodthorn, isn't it? Though it's kind of awesome, actually. I really like it. It was so weird when we busted into it. It was like, so you know, chat, how I say that Dwarf Fortress still surprises me. That surprised me when we popped into that cavern layer. I was like, I've never seen a cavern layer like that before. I need to raise the camera slightly. Let's see, can you see top of the void? No top of the void. So that's why I have these red beds, is because they're all made out of bloodthorn. What, making like red bolts? Making Nerf darts? I'm trying to think what else could possibly be Nerf darts that you'd be referencing. I had somebody on Reddit comment recently when they said, it was basically just asking, like, how do you do beds? And I was like, I make every dwarf a bed, and I make them all available, and they claim them, and then I check occasionally if dwarves need beds, and if they do, then I make more available. And then they're like, wait, you build every dwarf a bedroom? And they're like, that sounds like a lot of effort. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think this is that much effort. Just making bedrooms. Those last two? They will dislocate a joint. That sounds painful. I really don't do enough with crossbow dwarves. I could make a squad of them, but I don't have any materials in this fort that could make, like, damaging. I guess that would actually be pretty decent against, or for, like, softening up a crowd of zombies, though, is just, like, smack them with a lot of dislocation bolts. Seems pretty effective. What? Sometimes I get names about video games. It's like, or sometimes I get like sent games or requests to cover games, and I just look at the name of it and I go, that is a bad name. Like, who comes up with that? Oh, not even on Steam, so it must truly be terrible. I just received an email asking me to check out something called Frag Sheet. I'm good. That sounds awful. Puts beds and designations so that you can just sippy cup on coffee. Yeah, no, just slam all the beds into place and all the furniture. Just let them all do that, and then watch as the dwarves put them away. I'm really curious to see what making bedrooms is going to be like in Premium, though. That UI rework looks pretty nifty. Running out of glass boxes. All right. Green glass box, 100. Green coffer. No, it's green glass coffin. Is it chest? No, it's cab. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, Omega Loaf. What's up? From Songs of Six. I mean, the dwarves kind of do that. They do that with clothing. Like, they take stuff and they put it away. I think I like the bit more handcrafted style that this game has, and I'd be pretty skeptical about a feature. I'd be okay with that if they, like, took artifacts and decorated their rooms with artifacts. That'd be cool. I think for me, I'd want that to be more artifact-focused than the way Songs of Six does it, where it's like, you give them materials and then they make the thing where they want to stay. Like, I'm not super big on that, but I would be super down if they, like, I don't know, took their own artifacts that they made and, like, put them on the wall. Or like say they got, say the dwarf but then dwarf makes artifact door. You have to kill the dwarf so that you can use it as defense instead of them like replacing their door with artifact door. That would be kind of fun. On this floor, glass? Nothing on this floor is glass. Just the furniture that's going into the bedrooms is glass. Yeah, like if a dwarf names a weapon and then they equip a better weapon, instead of just leaving the old weapon on the floor, they go and hang it on the wall or put it in, even just put it into a chest in their bedroom. Like stuff like that. Like I kind of wish that dwarves just took better care of their items. And that would honestly be more than enough for me in a lot of ways. Hey, Avenue Philanthropist, how are you? This fine afternoon? But yeah, no. There's like lots of different directions that they could go, but I still think, regardless of how they went, if they went in a different direction, I would still want to have control over where and how where and when the furniture is placed. What is this room? These are bedrooms. These are all bedrooms. There's boulders everywhere. That's what the little circles are, so we'll have to work on removing those eventually, but just like these ones, these are also bedrooms. You know, actually, let's just place some mason's workshops throughout these. Same with up here. This will clear this out quite quickly, or it'll certainly help. What else do I need? Like 100 statues. Good afternoon, Metalhead. Made sure to share it around. Thank you. I mean, it's my fastest viewed video I think I've ever had. Like, it's the fastest climbing video, I think, traffic-wise, I've ever had, which is interesting. Like, I've had videos get more views than it has currently, but that video hit 20,000 views in 12 hours. I've never had that happen before. I also currently, which is strange to say out loud, have my most liked tweet ever, which is really interesting. Which is literally just this thing. Which is, time is no longer subjective. And that's my most interactive tweet ever because, oopsies. Because I don't do well on Twitter generally. You couldn't believe your eyes? That video got like, I think it was 4,000 views in the first hour. Again, I've never done that either before. And like, it's still slowed down. It's slowed down quite a bit, but like, it's still getting more views per hour than most of my videos get in the first hour. Like, that's what it did. Like, it went up at 7 and then up to there by 10. That's crazy. Time is rather suggestive? Well, it's not subjective. I was addicted to fake internet points, tickets versus blinds, Reddit karma, and I mean, I am a bit of a karma whore. That much is true. I was looking at Twitter. Oh shit, we've begun the mysterious construction. What are you grabbing? Raw green glass, rose gold blars. Ooh. Square cut brilliant pineapple opals. 2 of them. Puppy bone, naturally, and diorite. Best of luck there, Dwarf. Okay, so stuff's getting chucked. Still working on that. They're gonna be working on that for a while. Got a ban on certain exports. I can't export figurines. Good. Let's jump over to... Got 4 more on each to hook up to. And then we're pretty much good. And that's going to fill up all the way, which will be real nice. Just make sure it's not going to overflow anywhere. Nope. But yeah, no, I mean, I knew that video would do well. And I talked about this yesterday a bit, but like the weirdest part about that video is I edited it and had it all ready to go. Then they updated the store page. So I made that video about the store page art after I'd made the release date video with full knowledge that the store page art meant that they were going to be announcing the release date the next day. And nobody guessed that I knew, even though to me, look guilty as fuck in that video. Like, I re-listened to it this morning. I was like, man, I very much sound like I know something, but nobody caught on, so. I guess people just always assume that I know something, so it makes it easy. But yeah, no, I think my previous best day ever, I think, was about 20,000 views in 48 hours, and currently we're sitting on 45,000. Which is... That's almost more views than I did in a month earlier this year. Like, I had a month earlier this year that was, roughly what? 53,000 views or something? I mean, I do know something. I mean, I always know something, but people think I'm withholding information. How are we doing there, dwarves? Worried after being unable to acquire something. How's your clothing doing? We really need some new clothes. How much cloth do I have currently? Should really just set up a proper clothing industry room. We actually have quite a bit of cloth. I got a lot of cloth fabric. I feel like we should do clothing industry like in here somewhere, or maybe like down here. But we need to do a clothing industry soon. I have secret folders. Just like showing you my desktop to prove that I'm not hiding keys for Dwarf Fortress or something. That's one thing that's totally truthful is I do not have Dwarf Fortress. I mean, I wish I did, but I do, however, have Lord of Dwarves, which I've never actually streamed. Which, I'll be honest, I wonder about sometimes. This is a weird little game that I don't think anybody's played, but this is a game I wonder about sometimes. It's the closest thing I have to Dwarf Fortress on Steam, is whatever Lord of Dwarves is. Although I don't think that game's had an update in like or rather since 2019, which feels like 4 years ago. Yeah, no, I mean, clearly the DF keys are down there. Yeah, they're in the bottom corner of the room. You just have to stare very acutely at the camera when the desk moves. Moses, the Mason, has created Edtil Odom, a diorite quern, and claims that it is a family heirloom. Another quern? I think that's actually my second quern. The Grooves of Cloistering. This is a diorite quern. Our craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and studded with rose gold. It is encircled with bands of dog bone. Oh, really? It doesn't say puppy bone? It was puppy bone. Anyway, of dog bone, and menaces with spikes of pineapple, opal, and green glass. On the item is an image of dwarves in dog bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Stonewater by the scorching lobster of the rim of Savants in the early spring of 241. On the item is an image of Caudal brass tomes, the dwarf in pineapple opal. Also, what year is it? 256. Man, that's before it's getting kind of old. 241, 256, not bad. 15 years. So where's 58,000? Might as well place it somewhere. Apparently I have 2 artifact querns. Great. Great. Is Timber and Stone? I don't even know. Was Timber and Stone even DFE? I don't know about that. I need to look at it again. Timber and Stone. Okay, yeah, I guess it was kind of DFE. I always thought of that as more of just a city builder. Like, yeah, you could go vertical up, but... I guess. I guess it's kind of an attempt. I never played Timber and Stone, so I forget that game exists. How are you doing, Master Explainer of why Dwarf Fortress shouldn't be running in Unity? Hope things are well. Llama, how's stuff? I mean, sure. I forget, like, that people just distill Dwarf Fortress down to the bare, most basic minimum requirements to be a Dwarf Fortress clone. It's like, I was always under the impression that in order to be a clone of something, you need to, like, have a massive resemblance with the thing, but, like, vast majority of DF clones are absolutely nothing like DF. On these? Okay. You fell asleep on the sofa and now you have a sore neck? Well, it's fine. I mean, you just have to wait until Dwarf Fortress releases, and then it doesn't matter if you're tired because you can play Dwarf Fort forever. I also have No Moria. I also have Inomia. No Moria was just kind of sad because No Moria could have been a really cool take on the game, but they ran out of money. No Moria. Now that is a name I've not heard in a long, long time. You buy what? Tokova? What are we buying? You're just making up for that 1 hour of work time you spent sleeping? That's fair. By, of course, you know, chatting and hanging out in a Twitch stream. Oh, you're making up for that 1 hour of work time. Although I don't know what you're doing. Will I buy it? I will gift it to my sisters for Christmas, but likely no, because I will be getting a press key at some point. I don't generally buy video games for myself. It's quite rare, unless it's like a game that has where the developer has no press coverage and no like public-facing site or Twitter account, and I can't request a key, or they refuse to send me a key, in which case then I'll buy it. But no, I will likely be getting it a couple days before launch, ideally. This baby belongs to them. Cloners. But I'm not entirely sure what you're referencing, Metalhead. I feel like it's something I should know, but it's not something I... Star Wars Episode 2? Is it? I don't think I've ever seen that word written. Although, to be fair, I've seen Star Wars Episode 2 maybe twice in my life and decided I never wanted to think about or see that movie again. So, Nanobuilt, the Swordmaster, has named their bismuth bronze buckler Ibroxiskin. Ibroxiskin. That's a very Ibroxiskin. All right, well, I need to go down to these lower layers and remove dump. That's something that we need to do. He did pull the quote instead of relying on memory. Figured the cloning society was, yeah. Well, I mean, it is relevant, but did I miss the punchline? Yes. Premium Dwarf Fortress Early Access. Yes. Honestly, I'm pretty sure most people would be pretty smart about that. Although Lord of Dwarves was like somebody's hobby project. The thing about Lord of Dwarves is I remember receiving the email I received about it. The dev was just like, this is a small fun project. It's never going to have a major release. It's going to be cheap. And I don't care if people buy it, but if you're interested in it, here's a key. What fort is this? This is Stonewater. Oh, you're stupid. The one with the big lava towers. We had a really bad siege where a bunch of goblins got into the fort and stuff, and it was a bad time. It's fine. Why worry about abandoned games when you can just play Dwarf Fort? Castle Story is a finished game. Castle Story is just a different thing. Castle Story, I don't agree with the... There's a narrative that Castle Story is an unfinished game, and I disagree with that one. It's a finished game. It's just not what people wanted it to be, and that makes sense. You're messing around with doing a manager order to have them process plants and having them check to make sure if they have at least 5 unprocessable plants, but it keeps doing the order even if I don't have any. I am not the person to ask about that sort of thing because I am horrendous with if-then statements. That shit confuses me more than anything. Like, I understand women better than I understand that. So, like, that's not a good place to ask. Like, I genuinely couldn't tell you. I have no idea, unfortunately. I would go watch Tekud's farming video. That might have some of that stuff. I can't actually remember if it includes stuff related to that, but I can't remember if it covers plant processing. Chat, does Tekud's farming video cover plant processing? Because he's the person to ask for that sort of stuff, not me. He automates entire fortresses with, like, no errors or issues. Oh no, a cat gave birth to kittens. That's terrifying. Frame rate fuckers. But chat, does anybody here have any experience messing around with processing plants? Which is, can you link it, Soul Shinery? That'd be cool. Yeah, no, Tekit is the person for like weird, obtuse stuff like that in DF. You can link that one. That'd be perfect. I eat plants. Same. You know, I really like the roguelike celebration, but I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of when they do this. Just boom! And that's not even, that's just the first day, I think. It's like, come on. Can we, like, spread these out a little bit? Don't just drop, like, 50 videos in a day. It's just rude. I love the concept of advanced basics. It's the advanced basics, guys. It's the basics of the advanced bit. If you're confused. Like, to me, that's just like an oxymoron. Like, you can you really have advanced basics? They're bundled together in 1 to 12. Oh, is it one of those dumb situations? I didn't actually know that. I generally, when I want to process plants, this is how I process plants instead of bothering to automate them. I go to my farm workshop, wherever the fuck it is. There it is. And I go process plants, repeat until it's done. That's how I process plants. It's more like DF management for dummies, I suppose. Advanced DF techniques and skills and automation programs for idiots who've never read a book before. The book. I learned reading the book. Reading how work. A user's guide. Step 1, learn the alphabet. Step 2, learn to read. Problem is if you don't know how to read, how do you discover those steps? Bwam, bwam, bwam. So I can now... Needs a walkable perimeter? Oh, no. Right. Let's just knock out this. Your grandfather has a book on how to read properly? I mean, how to read properly is definitely then learn to read. That's like some rest of the fucking owl shit. You can get away with never learning work orders with all the military automation stuff and have forts that last way more than you'd ever play them. I mean... You can automate Dwarf Fortress to the point where you don't need to play it anymore if you want. And that's part of the game's design. I just like playing the game. So I don't want to do that. But, you know, whatever works for you, really. Let's see if they actually mine through this safely. Kind of don't expect them to, but hey. And let's check down here. Still connecting. Find that dwarf that's linking buildings to trigger and just follow him. Just follow him. Oh no, a dwarf was found dead dehydrated? How? Were you put in prison and then ignored? I'm not actually sure how that happened. And I guess I can open this. It's like getting like water orders or something? I mean, like this dwarf could clearly reach him. Bizarre. Apparently Critty died of dehydration, and I'm not totally sure how. Do items get damaged by falling multiple Z levels, like a lot of Z levels? I actually don't know. I don't think so. I would guess no. I know that they can get damaged from assault and battery, like active combat can damage them. Having like what's the word? Things throw like swords can cut through stuff, which can cause damage, as an example. Apparently, I need to go use the restroom. I will be right back. All right, I return. If something caves in and lands on top of them, it can destroy items. But I don't think that just dropping an item by itself will damage it. Loading clay into minecarts and dumping them down chutes all the way down to magma kilns. Yeah, like, so as chat mentioned here, what I would recommend if you're going to do that is just have some sort of gate or something that they dump them all and then collect them. Or maybe have it land in something else, like have it land in a different minecart and have them collect it from a different minecart. Or have a single minecart at the bottom of the shaft that goes one tile and then gets pushed over and then goes back. Like, not even one tile, but just like one on a stopgap that they just dump occasionally. Because then it'll fall straight into another minecart and then they dump it. That's something you could do. I had a system similar to that once. Humans are here to trade. That's good. I had a system similar to that once. The issue was that the issue that I ran into with it was I had essentially basically just like an open area with like a door that I would lock. They would fall down and then the dwarf would open it and take them out. But what inevitably happened is there was like a dwarf that just got stuck in there and went Adam smashed him to death. It's very sad, but, you know, kind of inevitable. Right, so we're trying to get all of this clothing dealt with. I actually don't have that much. Quite a bit, but not that much. Was inevitable? I mean, there's some things that's just like, well, I did it to myself, and not sure what else I expected. We're going to be building a library, though, once we can get these towers done, and sealed off. For the dwarf that was doing what he loved and hauling dirt. Hauling, I think in that case, tetrahedrite. But Trevor in VR is named a steel shield. Could also just not run operational steps until you have a stockpile near the smelters. That's generally what I do. Generally what I do is I use wheelbarrows and smelters. Although sometimes like I will simply try and put my smelters close to where the metal is. Like I find the metal, build my smelters nearby, and then they're just already close by, so I just run them over with wheelbarrows. But if I do actually have to transport something super distance, like if I'm using, let's just say like I don't have any trees anywhere on the map, okay, or no easy access to trees, so we're gonna use lava, okay, and it's a really deep map, okay. And I have to go down to the bottom. And I don't feel like pumping lava up because I don't have enough materials to do that reasonably easily. So at that point, it's like I will generally just dig a shaft all the way down and just have the location of the shaft be sealed off until all of the material is in the shaft, and then we move it over with wheelbarrows or minecarts or whatever is usually how I do it. And generally that works pretty well. Although apologies. I think I will probably be messing around with minecarts a lot more once premium is out. Purely because, like, I'll be completely honest with you. The only reason I don't mess with minecarts more right now is they're just such a pain in the dick. Because they're so finicky. Like, you screw up one tile, it's like, I have to go deconstruct this one tile, blah, blah, blah. But just being able to click the start location and the end location over multiple Z levels and it'll just designate you a pathway is just, mwah, I can't wait. Like, that's one of the first things I want to see is minecarts. But, although when it comes to premium, I'm just curious to see Kit Fox's streams, because Alexandra from Kit Fox is sometime in the next week, actually. Here, I'll shout out the channel again, might as well. That channel right there. They're going to be streaming Dwarf Fortress preview stuff, essentially. So just like playthroughs of very amateur, I will say, playthroughs of Dwarf Fortress. But she was saying that she's going to try and get people like myself on a few episodes of that. So I'm curious to see how that ends up turning out and what they end up doing with that. Because that's going to be announced on the next news day, which isn't this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. So that'll be on the 9th they announce those and a schedule for that. So, yeah. Also, worth noting, 15 days from now, unless something changes, Tarn and potentially Tekid will be joining me, and we'll be talking about dwarfy things for a couple hours, like we've done in the past. Levers can be connected to a lever. You can connect a lever to a lever? I guess I've seen that in the menu, and I never really thought about it, but you writing it down just makes my brain hurt a little bit. You can connect a lever to a lever. You could build a floor support. Too much work, I guess. Catch a forgotten beast. I'm just happy that we're talking about Dwarf Fort, so it doesn't really matter what it is. Hi, tired. I'm blind. I've never actually managed to cage a forgotten beast. I know it's doable, but actually, I wonder if that's a bug. Because like they keep talking about all these bugs that they're fixing, and I'm just sitting here going like, okay, what's not going to work anymore? I don't know if any of you guys have started wondering about that, but I've looked at that a couple times and I'm like, you're fixing an awfully large number of bugs, guys. Like, which one of my tricks aren't going to work no more? Caging trap avoid creatures is a bug, yes. Same with gremlins. Gremlins aren't supposed to be cageable, but there are two ways to trap a forgotten beast or trap avoid monsters in a trap. The one is you knock them into the trap using dust by caving in something, or B, if there is a cobweb on the trap and they walk over, it'll catch them anyways for some reason. Even if they're trap avoid. A bug that is useful as an unintended feature. Correct. But like when they keep going on about how many bugs they're fixing, I'm just like, I do wonder. I do, in fact, wonder. But yeah, I don't know. I know that their philosophy has always been like, if the player's treated as a feature, keep it as a feature, and that's been the philosophy for a long time. And I'm kind of expecting them to just stay that way. So cobweb trap is like trap square. Kind of, yeah. It's like it's a trap that then traps you in a trap because you're trapped in the first trap. So thus you have to be trapped in the second trap because the first one got you. So it must be a trap. How many books did you bring? Codexes? Ooh. Multiple books. More books. More books. Thoughts on ignorance, eh? Hey, chat. Thoughts on ignorance. That hurt you? That hurt your brain? That's fine. My brain's always hurting, so yours can hurt with mine. I guess that'll do. You know, I will. There's two types of people in this world. People who read way too much XKCD, and then the rest of us who just don't care. That's all I have to say to that. I prefer to ignore rants as much as I can. Because rants are quite annoying, so. Ignoring it seems like the smart way out, frankly. Let's see, do I have more than I need? All right, we're back to dumping items. Still, God, so many body parts. Depends on what you're ignoring. Annoying people in YouTube comments, spam filters. That's something that I ignore on a daily basis, even. Whoa. Okay, so this is a first. I'm gonna read this comment out. This is on the release date video. Fiance and I play RimWorld with the multiplayer mod. I will probably pass on Dwarf Fortress until there is some form of multiplayer support if someone finds a way. Well, I guess you can just never play Dwarf Fortress then. That's a first one. That's a first. Chat, we've officially, this is really good news. We've officially found the normies. When people start asking for multiplayer support, to be fair, people ask for multiplayer support maybe once every couple months for Dwarf Fortress as is, but you know that we've officially hit the normies when they're just like, hey, I will probably pass until there's multiplayer. Well, best of luck with that. As much as I wish I didn't have to be mean like that, but... Holly golly! Chat, for those of you who speak German. Recommend giving this person a follow. She's never played EF then? Yeah, that's pretty much... Not gonna respond to that comment, but I just think it's funny. Martial prowess, how do you feel about violence? Be fine. We had a very exciting siege earlier today where a bunch of goblins managed to get into the scaffolding of my constructions, and let's just say a lot of dwarves died. It was quite traumatic even, but aside from that, today's been pretty calm. We've just been working on constructions and doing our damnedest to defend the fortress. I hope that your stream was good, Holly Golly. And friends, chat, can I get a couple beers for the Raiders, by the way? Dreams of mastering a skill, slow to anger. Okay, sure. We'll do fine. You know, it's really, really funny whenever people, like, directly ask Zach and Tarn about multiplayer, because Tarn is always super diplomatic about it. He goes, you know, that's just not something that we're interested in working on. Sometimes cruel. Excellent. How do you feel about fighting? You brave? Afraid? And the individual has a sense of duty. Good. Slow to anger. Good. Respects the development of a skill. You'll do fine. But thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you and your friends coming over. But yeah, no, that's a first of this, I guess, influx of people. Although I will say, Dwarf Fortress is a very fun game to play with friends, even if it's not directly interacting with each other in a multiplayer environment. One of the funnest days I ever had playing Dwarf Fortress, actually, was me and my older sister. Was me showing my older sister how to play the game, like the basics of the game. We just like sat down and spent like 20 minutes just messing around in absolute vanilla, and then me showing her like how to place the basic buildings and the structures, and she picked it up real quick. Within a couple minutes, she had like a couple dozen bedrooms over multiple Z levels, and it was a good time. It was quite a good time. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a game that can be enjoyed with family. It's just, obviously, you can't play concurrently. Or like, taking turns adding things onto parts of the fort. Strong sense of duty and does not go out of his way to help others. Is pessimist. Doesn't seek out excitement. Okay, well, you're not good at that sort of stuff. I wonder how smart you are. Very bad sense of empathy and little linguistic ability. You know what? Never mind. You can join the No empathy? Yeah, join the military. Another minor. Unfriendly and disagreeable. But he does value friendship. Likes to brawl. Join the military. My turn. No, my turn. Yeah, pretty much. Oh no, a kitten's been slaughtered. Oh boy, I'm a bad person. It's been interesting to share fun stories with friends. Yeah, that. Oh, by the way, what we're talking about, Holly Golly, is I just received a comment basically stating that from a person that says, you know, I play RimWorld with the multiplayer mod. By the way, the multiplayer mods for RimWorld are kind of bad, unless they've improved drastically over the years. Like my experience with them when I mess with them were terrible. But they're just like, yeah. So I play RimWorld with the multiplayer mods, and we'll pass on Dwarf Fortress until it has some kind of multiplayer support. And it's like, all right, well, pass on Dwarf Fort then. Hello, Impalification. How we been? It's good to see you. Hope you've been good. I hope that you've been impalifying most of the world. In whatever way you do. Like, Zorbus is kind of amazing, isn't it? Like, Zorbus is such a neat little video game. You miss the large DF cities too much? Yeah, I mean, honestly, that to me, that just means that you'd probably really like Songs of Six. I'm curious, how are they going to get into the fort here? Not sure where this door's heading. Are you going to, like, go up and over? What's the draw of it? It's a oh, I see where they're getting. Okay, it's a traditional roguelike, but it's a traditional roguelike, but it's a traditional roguelike, but it's very, very D&D inspired. So it's like a party-based roguelike. The floors are kind of ginormous. It's not the most content-dense game ever that I've played, but the floors all have interesting puzzles on them. You go around collecting a couple party members, and then you're like equipping your party members with gear, so you're managing your party members' gear and your gear. They kind of have their own agency, but you can sort of give them orders and ask them to do stuff and tell them to equip stuff. And it's about going around and clearing these very large rooms and figuring out the way the sigils on the floor interact to cause puzzles to happen. Like there's rooms where if you throw a certain item on the ground, it'll resurrect zombies. If you do a certain action in a certain type of room, it'll make something else happen, or it'll spawn enemies or something. And so the kind of draw of it is just the ginormous maps, the puzzles, and the fact that it's a lot of like party management stuff. But it's a traditional roguelike, so it's like, you know, it's your grid-based, like, proper stuff. It's also very approachable because in the game there is a whole bunch of books, including a book that's literally titled The Berlin Interpretation, that's literally the Berlin Interpretation, which I think is self-absorbent and hilarious. Yeah, it's just a solid little D&D-inspired roguelike that has some fun variety, great writing, and, like, just good features in general. It's just a fun little game. But it seems to have innovations compared to many traditional roguelikes. No, very much. It's like it takes traditional roguelikes and it goes, okay, what makes these games a pain in the ass to learn, and tries to fix a lot of those problems. And I think it does. I think it succeeds in a lot of what it's trying to do. From the bits I've played like 8 hours of it though, so maybe I'm not the best person to ask, but from the bits that I've played, it certainly seems really cool. Yep, you can play around with light levels. It's just a very interactive, fun little roguelike. It's also like $5, so it had a free version previously, and now it's paid. But it's like also it gets a ton of updates, like very frequent updates. Yeah, it's a neat little game. It's also got very approachable UI. It's entirely mouse-driven if you want it to be, or entirely keyboard-driven if you want it to be. Like, it's just an approachable roguelike. That's the best way to describe it. Although, in Palification, since we're talking roguelikes, the game that I've been playing a lot of recently, that I've actually started playing off stream now too, is Path of Akra. That's a neat little game. Very early in development, though. Sweet. We're, like, actually done. Once those last few bits are all cleared up. Songs of Six isn't a roguelike, but... Songs of Six is a city builder, which I recommend to people who are like, I wanted to get into RimWorld, but it wasn't, like, big enough like Dwarf Fortress is. It's like, all right, well, then play Songs of Six. Because Songs of Six is, like, it's a city builder, and it's very much like... It feels like you're playing... It feels like you're playing a game like Pharaoh, kind of, but it's just on a ludicrously big scale. I've streamed like 120 hours of it. It's pretty cool. Although, to be fair, I have talked about like 5 different games in the last 10 seconds. This is Songs of Six. It's a neat game. Because, like when I say big cities, I mean like big cities. Like, yeah, big cities, big'em cities, really big cities. Continental Builder? I mean, it's on one map. It's just a big map. All right, yeah, I need to pull that lever, don't I? I really, really, really wanted to like Soul Ash, I'll be honest. The thing that broke me for Soul Ash wasn't the movement. The movement was fine. I was totally okay with the movement. The issue that I had with Soul Ash was... Soul Ash is... It has very, very, very minimal procedural generation. And no run button. And there are enemies that are faster than you by default. Which just makes it not fun. And you'll have enemies that will literally chase you across the entire world. And it's just not fun. I know there's some people that like swear by it and really like it, and it's really moddable. And I know there's like mods for run buttons and stuff. And there's ways to like make the game work the way that you would want it to work, but it's not really for me, unfortunately. Although I'm curious to see what the dev does with the sequel. I'm really curious to see what the dev does with the sequel. Yeah, but also, like, the individuals in Songs of Six don't really matter. They're very, 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 like... They're all the same stats, basically. You know, they're more like icons on a map than actual personalities. So, yeah, I guess in a way... You could be like, oh, it's like a continental RimWorld. Not really. It's a city builder. Just gonna place a bunch of these here. I need to hit this button. Place that there. Sure, I mean, like, they don't have much character, so it's a pretty different kind of game again. Apparently I managed to catch a Grundle. Cool. I desperately need more than one butcher shop. Right now I just have one butcher shop. It's making butchery take forever. Well, I guess I can do that. Figure out where to go from there afterwards. Soul Ash has interesting ideas, and I'm very curious to see the devs' second take on it. Soul Ash just suffered from first finished game syndrome, I think. Where it's like, it's a neat idea, had a lot of neat ideas, but just didn't really follow up on many of those neat ideas in a satisfying, to a satisfying degree. But anyway. You know, it does follow up on those ideas to a satisfying degree is Dwarf Fortress. And man, this fort got out of control fast. I was not expecting this to just be like a massive, ridiculous mega project, but yet here we are. I really wasn't expecting that, but yet now we're doing it. We're doing it. Chat, I have a question. I know that a lot of people here are sitting here and jonesing to get their hands on premium. What's the first kind of fort you're going to try and build in premium? As you know, we know that everybody has to build in premium, so what's the first kind of fort you're going to build? Above ground fort made of wood? And are you going to call it Elf Town? A place for elves? And try and attract as many elves as possible and set it on fire? I mean, what? You want to go small and focus on aesthetic? You're going to up your difficulty, maybe a freezing or evil biome fort? You know, you guys all have these, like, plans, right? You want to know what my first fort's going to be? I'm just going to take starting 7 dwarves and dig too deep. Just channel straight down, just dig a staircase all the way down to the bottom, and look for adamantine and be like, where is it? Where is he? Where is he? That's my plans for my first fort. Like, I'm not even gonna build a fort. I'm gonna dig a tunnel. Like, that's my plan. I just want to find adamantine, and I want to see if it operates any different. That's my plans. Tunnel fort works max 1 workstation on each shiny percent. Yeah, pretty much. No, I think it's actually health percent, but yeah, exactly. So I just want to see what the clowns look like. I just want to see an army of demons, and then I'll screenshot them and put them on Discord with a spoiler warning. That's my plan. But like, you know, and then make a video about it. That's my plan. With obviously ample spoiler warnings for people who care. You want to see what the angels look like? You know, I wonder if they're even in the game, because premium's not going to have adventure mode. And how do you? It's like, good luck seeing an angel in adventure without adventure mode. Oh, I mean, they're just like demons. The angels, like, read their descriptions. Like, they're literally just like the clowns. They're just like humanoid forgotten beasts. What do we wait wedding over? Ask me anything. Trying to stretch my legs. No adventure in premium? Someone doesn't watch my videos. So in order to release premium, adventure mode's getting delayed by until it's done. So adventure mode's only had the basic stuff done. They haven't even started the UI on it. So they still have to do all of the UI on adventure. Although, as Tarn says, they've basically got like a workflow and a library and a lot of assets that are obviously reusable and stuff that they can work on. I'm stretching my legs, which is why I'm like standing funny. So that's the kind of plan, is they are not going to release adventure mode alongside of fortress mode. They're delaying it. To release fortress mode as itself. To quote Zach from PAX, he stated to me that they have a finished product, and the finished product that they have is what the vast majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress expect from Dwarf Fortress. So why not just release it to the biggest possible audience that they can right now, and then spend another year or however long it takes polishing up Fortress mode, finishing up the villain stuff that admittedly will make adventure mode a lot more interesting because it'll make quests and playing as the villain possible. And also, they on the roadmap they just released, they also stated that they kind of want to try and get sieges in there with that, but I don't know how if that's too ambitious or not. So essentially, basically, when Premium releases, it's going to be Fortress mode and Legends mode and all your World Gen stuff. Then, roughly, I don't know, I'm going to guess here, a year later, safe guess, there will be a large expansion to the game that will include adventure mode and a major content patch. Multiple, in fact, armor. Also, yes, shut up, armor. At least you know you know your gimmick, right? Your gimmick is. I have a question. Has Pat ever told you to shut up? And why don't you call in to the CU podcast and just state dad jokes, because that would be very amusing to me. What's classic? You thought it's Fortress mode? Okay, so DF Classic is what I'm playing right now. That is the term for the free version that has no sound and no graphics, just the ASCII tile sets that are free, right? That is Classic. Classic is remaining free, okay? But Classic is going to be getting updates alongside of Premium, which is the version that they're selling, okay? The difference between Classic and Premium is Classic is free and on their website and has no graphics and sound. Premium isn't free and has graphics and sound. You have? Oh, maybe I guess I didn't know it was you then. So we do have a couple of screenshots of what Classic is going to look like. These are mock-ups. These are unfinished. But this is what Dwarf Fortress Classic is going to look like with the new UI. So essentially, there will be two versions of Dwarf Fortress. It's going to be like Tome. It's going to be like ADOM, which are games that most people haven't heard of, where there is a free version that you can just download and play, but is inferior in some way, and a paid version. The paid version will also include this graphical mode where you can turn off the pretty pixels if you want and do that. Oh, really? Back in 2015 and you would join the Google Hangouts? Gotcha. I didn't know that. I never did that, but I've called in a couple times. Actually, I had somebody, this is kind of, I'm kind of having like 3 conversations at once right now, but I had somebody comment on one of my YouTube videos going, yo, I just heard you on the CU podcast, which was very funny. It's like, wow, it's like I don't introduce myself as my Twitch handle or anything. It's just Greg from Vancouver. But somebody's just like, I recognize your voice, what the fuck? It's quite funny. It's a small world. Can't Premium just be considered enhanced version? I consider it whatever you want. It doesn't matter, but that's the naming scheme that they're going with. There's Dwarf Fortress Classic and Dwarf Fortress Premium. Premium is purchased from Steam or itch.io. Classic is purchased for free from bay12games.com/dwarves, or I guess downloaded for free from bay12games.com/dwarves. Largely the same game. I mean, literally the same game, but one has sound effects. Which week was it? Fuck if I know. I listen to them all as they come out and then forget about them seconds afterwards. But I talked about ice cream machines at McDonald's once. And I talked about the playdate once. Yeah, let's get rid of that. TLDR on what I'm talking about with Armor. Me and Armor both listen to the same podcast called the Completely Unnecessary Podcast, and they have a call-in line where you can leave voicemails. So that's what we're talking about. What the heck labor do I need to enable for someone to build this damn farmer's workshop? Any farm labor. Literally anything in the farming labor. Is it just me, or is most, if not all, ice cream machines absolutely disgusting and have way too high fat and oil content in the ice cream? I mean, I have no idea about the ingredients in the ice cream, but they're disgusting because they beep when they get low, and then the employees turn them off, and then they warm up because the fridge shuts off because they just want to shut the beeping off, and they all refer to the off switch as the mute button, but actually, it's because they turned it off because it was beeping because it needed to be filled. So the result is you get moldy ice cream. I don't actually care about the ingredients of the ice cream. The ice cream is what it is, but the reason they're always broken is because people are moronic and just shut them off. That's why they're always broken. Basically, if you go to a McDonald's and the ice cream machine is broken more than once, don't ever go there again and never get their ice cream again because their food safety standards are terrible. As somebody who cleaned those machines for years. On an unbusy dwarf? Is it suspended? What material are you trying to make it out of? Try unbuilding it and building it one tile to the left. Says inactive? That's strange. I'm assuming you don't have like weird burrows or anything turned on. I don't live somewhere where roaches are particularly common. Like, occasionally you get infestations up here, but, like, it's too cold in the winter for them up here. Like, I've never seen a cockroach in the greater Vancouver area, with the exception of one place. Whereas, like, you go down to San Diego and you walk outside for 10 minutes at night and the cockroach runs across the street. Yeah, literally, like, unbuild and rebuild. Like, just QX replace it and see if that fixes it. Or you could try, like, jolting them out of their workflow, which is building a tiny little burrow, like one tile, turning on the burrow, turning off the burrow, and then see if they build it. Outside of that, like, I don't know. If it just says inactive, they're probably prioritizing something above it. And unfortunately, for some reason, dwarves don't necessarily prioritize construction of workshops very highly, and I've never fully figured out why. There's no, like, do it now option on workshops like there is levers. I kind of wish there was. W, press enter. Literally just W, and it's all in there for burrows. And then to turn on the burrow, hit M, A, and then select, like, over to the right twice and select the burrow. No problemo. You know what's funny is, like, if you asked me that when I wasn't playing Dwarf Fortress, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd have to open up the game and, like, muscle memory it on the keyboard. Remember helping your stepdad help a friend get rid of rats in his barn, and you had a high-power pellet rifle, and I tell you, those things scream when they're hit? I got paid extra in overtime once. It was like the only time I ever got overtime when I worked in maintenance in McDonald's. To go to a different location on my days off and help them clean out alongside of one of the other guys I normally worked with. And let's just say that we knew that they had a rodent infestation. And our job was to go in there, remove all of the cooking equipment and all of the kitchen stuff, and clean everything. Clean the stoves, move the stoves. There was a couple dead rats under the stoves. Okay. We drained the vats, cleaned the vats, moved the vats. There was a couple dead rats under the vats. One live one, too. We pulled the filters out from where the stoves were that go up into the chimney. and I've never seen so many dead rats in my life. Just like an avalanche of them rolling out. To the point where like I just fucking screamed and jumped backwards. That was a nice shower that I had that day after I got home. Never seen so many dead rats in one place. I've never seen so many rats in one place, actually. Not even like in videos. Like, it's one of those things where if it was current era me, I would have filmed it and put it on TikTok. It was that bad. And probably lost my job. It was that bad. Ew. No, it was, I wouldn't say it was phobia-inducing, but when I think about it, I get prickles on the back of my neck. The burrow fixed it. Bizarre. Yeah, weird. Sometimes just like force canceling all of their semi-active labors and then re-enabling it just works. Sometimes dwarves just need to be slapped in the side of the head. You know? Ooh. The forgotten beast Vera has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of black opal. Ooh. Ooh. It has a stubby horn and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. For reference, black opals, by the way, are cool as fuck looking. These are black opals. So, this is a cool as fuck critter. Like, a four-legged creature made of that. That's cool as hell. Oh my god. I can't wait to see what that sprite would look like, you know? One of my neighbors was feeding raccoons up until about a year ago. When she finally fucking stopped. Wow. All right, well, we'll be happy with those remains. I don't think you can craft anything out of their remains. Well, I'm going to send the Uncommon Earths, my main squad, to just go punch it. This thing might be pretty tough, though. It's just Deadly Spittle, which they should be able to dodge. I'm really curious to see if we can actually damage this thing. This thing's going to be tough, I fear. It's also a quadruped, which are usually quite strong. Chat, we need a round of beers for all these dwarves going into death. Or going to fight with this giant Q. He's going to rock him. He's going to rock him, sock him, quack him. As it runs past the Might Forgotten Beast. Actually, hold up. Okay, they can't reach it. Nope. There's a terrified Crundle there and a dwarf running away. Heyo, Rolf, we are currently fighting with a black opal quadruped who is shooting Deadly Spittle at a Crundle. Poor Crundle. The flying Forgotten Beast extract strikes the Crundle in the upper body. Oh no, the poor Crundle. He's just sitting there panicking. He's just freaking out. He's like, oh god, run away. Here comes the military. So we've got Nano built. We're going to follow the Swords Dwarf. We've got 3 dwarves, actually, booking it in. All right, so the first one to come into contact is Zassit, who's a Swords Dwarf. Zassit is an Adept Swords Dwarf, and in their left hand, they have Mile Fuchsia, the Plants of Dissolving, which, of course, is a steel short sword, which has 4 notable kills and 9 other kills. It's been used by Mepeti, Cog, and now Zassit, who's got 1 kill with it. All right? And the Forgotten Beast breathes a glob of Forgotten Beast extract. The Forgotten Beast attacks and misses. The Swords Dwarf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the left leg, It's fracturing it. Wow, fractured it. And then the Forgotten Beast misses the Hammerer. Hammer Dwarf struck and missed. And Swords Dwarf seems to be doing rather well. Wait a few turns. Dwarf seems to have been slammed into. The Forgotten Beast jumps out of the... Oh, I see. The Hammer Dwarf tried to do like an aerial, like, hurrah, from above. This guy right here. Because this dwarf's in midair right here. Is still following. So literally was up here and tried to do like a death from above, like ground stomp attack, and he dodged out of the way. So now he's like about to land on the ground, like thunk. See, there he goes, lands. Right up here we got a Swords Dwarf who's just dodged the extract and is scratching the Forgotten Beast, fracturing the legs. This stuff doesn't seem too tough. I wasn't sure how strong it would be. Punch the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with his left hand, and the attack glances away. Why would you do that? You have a sword. Stab him. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his Bronze Warhammer, fracturing it. Well, this is a good sign. Let's wait a few turns. Oh, wow. The Forgotten Beast breathes a glob of Forgotten Beast extract. Okay. Kicks the Hammer Dwarf in the right foot with his right front foot and bruising the fat. I think that the Hammer Dwarf just died. The Forgotten Beast kicks the Hammer Dwarf in the head. There you go. With the right front foot, and the injured part collapses. So we lost a dwarf. That's one dead. Who died? What is the name of you? Zephon. Rest in peace, Zephon. Now I got Zasset here. He's on the ground. Who seems to have been chucked back after striking it in the upper body, fracturing its upper body. And Zephon says, Zasset says, Zephon is dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. That's sad. Well, I guess, like, Zasset the Swords Dwarf was the first to see that dwarf die. It looks like we do have some reinforcements coming in, though, so this is good. Glob goes out, and our Swords Dwarf dodges it. He's now diving back into the fight. The Swords Dwarf goes back after stating, I am not feeling sad right now, strikes at the upper body with the pummel of his sword, fracturing it, attacking the Forgotten Beast, but it jumps away, slashes at the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, fracturing it. So this thing's just like covered in cracks now, is it not? Yeah, pretty much. All right, let's just move a few more turns forward. Another glob of Forgotten Beast extract goes out and he misses. We're so lucky this thing doesn't have a stronger attack. Mace Lord strikes it in the right front leg with her named Mace. The Mace Lord hasn't said much yet. How about the Swords Dwarf here? This is my fight. So our other fight, Swords Dwarf, who Nano Blitz says, this is my fight too. There is no need to feel vengeful after stabbing the Crundle. Guys, we're fighting the Forgotten Beast. Not the Crundles, but I guess. Good for you. Finished off that Crundle that was just terrified earlier, I suppose. And says, this is my fight too. There is no need to feel vengeful. Good for you. Zasset, meanwhile, is still fighting with the Forgotten Beast and dodging globs of Forgotten Beast gunk. They're doing their best to surround it against a tree, although a afraid beast is a scary beast. It fires out another glob. Our sword masters are continuing to stab it. Cog Nanoblit has actually done something useful now and has slashed the Forgotten Beast's rear leg with a steel short sword, fracturing it once again. The Mace Lord is still doing some work and fracturing it. And dodging things, even though the Forgotten Beast charged into him and actually collided with him, causing him to be knocked over, and he tumbled backwards, which is quite terrifying when you have a giant creature above you. The Wrestler also has slashed the Forgotten Beast with their short sword. The Wrestler then attacks the Forgotten Beast, but he jumps away. We're going to let a few more turns down. Looks like the Forgotten Beast is lying down, either due to exhaustion or injury. It's hard to say. We don't have a status of the Forgotten Beast, but we do know that it is lying down, which is generally a good sign. It fires out another glob, and the dwarves are still on top of it, and it seems to have disappeared. Zasset scratches at the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot, fracturing it. The Force pulls the rear leg, and then the Swords Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with Strung Star, Nitum, Itath, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So Zasset, our Swords Dwarf here, cut the creature in half. I think that deserves a round of applause. Well done. Or beers, or whatever. And Zasset, you get a nickname. We're going to call you M Cutter. Congratulations there, Dwarf. May you live a long life. It's a shame. Shocked after being attacked, afraid after experiencing trauma, doesn't feel anything after seeing Zephon die, and doesn't feel anything at somebody's death. Such a shame. Speaking of deaths, Akre, you got stabbed to death earlier by a bunch of goblins. I apologize. Also, hi, Akre. Speaking of things to stab to death, the Cyclops Clemithi has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Let's stab it to death. These are weak. Does it have anything fun? Nope, it's naked. Her somewhat greasy hair is extremely long. She has a broad body, with almost no fat on it. And her small lobe narrow ears are very splayed out. Her teeth are crowded and her nose bridge is convex. Her narrow head is extremely tall. And she has a low voice and her eyebrow, that's a hard thing to say, is quite dense. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her slightly protruding aquamarine eyes are somewhat narrow. Her hair is charcoal, and her skin is dark peach. And we're going to send the other squad after her. You know what? We'll send both squads, actually. Heck yeah. Here's to the Opal Hewer. That was a good fight, actually. You know, we lost a dwarf. Some drama. Words were uttered. You know, it'd be cool if Forgotten Base made of certain materials did drop quantity of that material beforehand. You know what's something I am looking forward to? Is the fact that leather is going to be based on creature size now. So, like, if you get, like, I don't know, a Forgotten Beast that's a giant worm, right? That worm will give you a lot of worm leather. And I'm excited about that. Very excited. Very excited. Oh, God. It's taking the side door. Oh, God. And I've got a recruit coming up first. Well, this could end badly. Well, the Cyclops is coming across the bridge pretty valiantly. And we've got a recruit, Ezem, right at the front, who is pretty well armed, you know, has a bronze battle axe, copper helm, iron shield, fish leather shoes, breastplate. Not much else. An iron shield, I think? Yeah. How about you? Well, Catan, I hope you know what you're doing, because we got recruits up in here. Forgotten Beast is in fights with the recruit. The recruit attacks, but the Cyclops misses. But she jumps away. The Cyclops misses. The Cyclops charges, but the recruit jumps away. Cyclops misses. Oh, good. Uh-oh, there's blood. That's not good. Recruit loses... Hold on. What? The Cyclops scratches the recruit in the left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well... That's a dwarf foot. Well, that's a shame. Guess your time in the military is pretty done here, yeah? Ezem? Well, let's just quickly remove you from the squad, and hopefully you can get away. As for the Cyclops, the militia captain stabs the Cyclops in the upper body with his bronze short sword. Have you said anything? Hasn't said anything, but seems to be doing quite well. I blocked a shot from the Cyclops, which is good. We did send the newbies after this Cyclops, didn't we? The other recruit up here seems to just be backing off. Kicked the Cyclops in the right upper arm. Go get him, boy. And it pulled the muscle, and then he got charged and he jumped away. So that's why he's backed up a bunch, is because he got kicked. The Cyclops is now running away and bleeding. The Cyclops is fighting on the edge of the bridge. Our dwarf that lost a foot is crawling around on the ground. The Cyclops is bleeding pretty profusely. Let's check on the Cyclops. Her right foot is open. Hold on. Her right foot is cut open. Her right foot is running with Bright Blade, the Stern Time Comet Cyclops blood. Okay, so that's her blood. So basically, her foot's cut open and it's bleeding. So there's blood everywhere. Meanwhile, this poor dwarf down here, her left foot is gone, terrified and afraid. Hang in there, bud. I mean, ability to stand loss is pale. Aw. Hang in there, Esm. The two dwarves seem to have knocked over the Cyclops. The recruit hacks the Cyclops in the left foot with her bronze battle axe, tearing the muscle. A motor nerve has been severed. Well, that's good. Get the weak point. It was already bleeding. Keep bashing it. 2 root canals. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. At least you have both feet. Yeah, no kidding. The recruit hacks the Cyclops in the head, or hand, rather, tearing the muscle, and hacks the Cyclops in the body, tearing the muscle. Shoutouts to this recruit. This recruit's doing damage. How about our swords dwarf? Attack the Cyclops, but she jumps away and says, I have improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Meanwhile, there's a recruit behind with no foot going, ah! So there's just like, this dwarf's just like screaming, probably like, this is a fight I must press on. This guy's just like, I have improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Uh-huh. Meanwhile, this one's just in terror. It says, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. Is terrified. I feel no terror. Is also, actually, hold on a second. That's kind of, this is a thing I need to screenshot real quick. Two beers for Sir Hoppy, pretty much. Is there anything you look for when checking people from the military? You don't want people that will run away from a fight. You want people that are brave in the face of imminent danger. Or people that are cruel. Or people that want to master a skill. Like that kind of thing. So they're just fighting with the thing. We're moving the game forward 1 turn at a time. Yeah, it looks like they're just hacking it to pieces now. The militia captain stabs the Cyclops in the head with his bronze short sword, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The force bends the neck. Hasn't said anything interesting since that was satisfying. The recruit Logum in the back is also hacking at him. Let's just let this play out. Meanwhile, the dwarf that has no foot is just like crying in pain, in absolute agony. Let's see if we can get a medic up here. You're stupid. Hold on, we'll cover that in a sec. There's blood going everywhere. And the dwarf with 1 foot just crawled over him. Anyway, let's turn off this, cancel the drawbridge, and see if this dwarf can make it to a medic. You're stupid. Thanks for checking out a 4-pack. And thank you very much for the first notification of money in 4 hours. Means a lot, man. Cheers. No, weak is something that they improve on, right? Like, that's like saying, like, oh, you wouldn't want a weak person to go to the gym because they're weak and they'll never get strong. No, that's their current status. That can improve. That is something that can be bettered over time, right? And you like, that is fine in the grand scheme of things, somebody who's weak. Right, what's Bastet up to? Oh, I see, there's somebody recovering wounded. Like, I mean, I'm scrawny, right? Like, I'm skinny. Should I never go weightlift because I'm skinny? Right? Like, that's the logic there. It's like, well, training improves that. Obviously, somebody who's already strong is going to do better off the bat, but that doesn't really matter. Eh? Oh, you're fighting with a Crundle. That's fine. All right, so Footless McGee, I think, is going to get a name here. Esm Footloose. Am I a bad person? I'm way too amused by my own sense of humor. Na 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 na. Also this, for anybody who uses the twats. Footloose, yes. That dwarf just got their foot hacked off, so I gave them an appropriate nickname. Let's see, is anybody coming to tend to your wounds? Not to rest in bed, diagnosis and crutch required. We have plenty of crutches. I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that literally no dwarves are like, yeah, I'm doing doctor jobs. Oh, there you go. Pooball's doing it. I just didn't see it. Many people would like a word, but that's fine. Oh, wow. Do you get a gold crutch? This is what we call strength training. What else do you need? No treatment needed, just rest and recoup needed. There you go. This dwarf gets to walk around with a crutch now. I'll bet you that that's gonna help your strength. Shaken, reliving, suffering a major injury. Well, hang in there, footy. Although, I'm gonna need to, like, remove your hauling jobs. Actually, how does this dwarf feel about knowledge? Pessimist. Means of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally hates those who wield power over others. Same. I think we're going to quickly make this into a library up here. Make this dwarf into a librarian. The Bastion of Posts is the library. And you can be a scholar of the Bastion of Posts. Stump leg instead of footloose, because footloose is funny. At least I think it's funny. His foot got loose, okay? Is that not funny to you? Do you not have the same sense of terrible humor as me? It's just like, you know, if a dwarf gets a leg hacked off, you call them legless. That's... And then give them a bow. No, Legoless would be a dwarf that doesn't have Legos, so thus all of the legs and all of the dwarves. I don't even know where I'm going with this. This is why you need a Legoless. Legless, Legolas, and his legless Legolas. Yes, are eating Eggos. He's also Eggoless, yes. Legless, Legolas, legless, Legolas, and his legless Legolas. And that's about as far as I can go with that. I don't think that statement can go any further than that. You don't really don't really get Twitch, but you remember that guy who sent an absurdly long question for your last? That was me. Oh, hello. Yes, I do remember that guy. I just it broke my Google Docs. Like literally, I had to full screen it, zoom it out, full screen it again, and then I couldn't read it, so I had to copy paste it into a document, and ended up going, all right, I'm gonna send it to Clino, so he can submit it to the Future of the Fortress, and I had to copy it in 2 messages. So instead of doing that, I just sent him the doc because that was easier. Yeah. But yes, I do remember that person. So hi, that person. And I would say that you figured out how Twitch works. You hang out and chat and you talk. Everything else is gravy. It's reading time, dwarves. A Wizard's Guide to Probing, everybody's favorite novel. Who doesn't want to read A Wizard's Guide to Probing? Clearly, it's a honey badger parchment scroll. The rollers are made from lignite. On the item is an image of, on the item is a manual entitled "The Wizard's Guide to Probing," authored by Alla Thinshot. Sure, it concerns the surgical method of probing, and the writing is quite cheerful. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It's a bad book about probing. Cool. I like dwarves, and I like books in Dwarf Fort. They're good, generally. I'm sorry, what? It's a Wizard's Guide to Probing, and they're reading it. What else do we have? Crystallite bound things. The Mountain Halls. Okay. It's pretty normal. Lots of, like, unnamed bound books. Entitled The Secret of the Wedge. Authored by Meng. It concerns reasons why the wedge is effective. I mean, chat, don't you know many of reasons why the wedge isn't a... I mean, it's called A Wizard's Guide to Probing. Of course it's Jerry. I'm just imagining, like, a little animated wizard guy. Kind of like Clippy, just in the bottom of a book going, "Hey, kids, let's talk about probing." I mean, come on. It's your dwarf, Ali Skinny Urethra. Split him with a wedge. Yeah. Well, I think of like a wedge is like you to stop something from rolling away, right? How else are you gonna stop those ancient wagons from running off? Like jocks, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I've had many memorable questions from the various chats I've done with Bay 12, but there's a few that will always stick out. Things like, you know, how did you come up with the Kobold language, and like why no tree produce wood after cave-in? Because, like, I don't spell check them or, like, change the grammar or anything. If somebody writes something, I just read it as is. And why tree no produce wood after cave-in is, like, one of those, like, man, I actually wondered that. Why no tree produce wood after cave-in? The hell? Why tree no produce wood after cave-in? The fruits of your labor have ripened. Check out World Gen Cookbook thread on Bay 12 forums if you want to play a near perfect one-to-one map of the real... Oh, did you also post that on Reddit? Like, I swear I saw that, like, this morning. But yeah, feel free to link it. Yeah, this. Or somebody posted it on Reddit. Yeah. There's the Reddit thread if anybody wants that as well. I mean, it's a cool little replica. Someone once sent me the settings to make a map that looked just like my face, and I was so distressed by it that I just never touched it. I would Google it. I'm assuming it's a real-world place. I'm not personally familiar with it myself, but... Bah, Jesus, fuck.
E-hate money take some. 0.000499761 BTC.
I was very much just kind of like phasing. Jesus, that startled me. Thanks for the $10.01 in Bitcoin. Cheers. Real place near Madagascar? Got it. I'll bet you that Madagascar is small enough that you can make... You know, it's like Ireland, Madagascar, Italy, probably. You could probably replicate 1-to-1 in Dwarf. Because, like, a large world is, like, roughly the size of the moon, isn't it? I seem to remember reading that somewhere. Lovely little library, though. Well, after, like, feeling like I just got shot by that, I'm gonna sit down. You know dodos the... Recently? I don't know. Really? Oh, is that where dodos are? Okay. I gotcha. I don't know if I'd consider that recently, but I guess that was recently. You know, Madagascar was like a pivotal moment in my like childhood as a small child because it was one of the first like complicated words I learned how to spell when I was like 4. And I just remember like my mom asking me, "How do you spell Madagascar?" And I just sat there and I thought about it for a minute. And I was just like, I wrote it out and my mom was like, "Oh my God, you got it right." Because it's like, it's spelled exactly the way it sounds. I felt so smart. It was like one of the last times I felt good about something that I learned in school. Carbohydrates? Carbohydrate D's nuts. Yeah, no, I mean I have to count her carbohydrates every day, so I don't feel weird about carbohydrates. I look at carbohydrates and I go, pain! Mostly. Toronto to the top of Florida? Yeah, maybe you could probably fit it in a large world. See why not? I just want someone to make a Madagascar mod themed after the movie Madagascar. That's actually all I want. Just psychotic lions that think that you look like steak. Yeah, and then, you know, lemurs that want to move it. Exactly. And the roguelike. Okay, I would play an actual Madagascar roguelike where you just play as the penguins. Like, that license can't be that expensive. Can someone just go get that license, please?
Move it.
Thanks for the $1. You're stupid. I think that's actually the first bit of the day. Hold up, is it? Is it actually? Yeah, that's the first bit of the day. Thanks for the first bit. First $1 in bits. We've had like a bunch of resubs today, but you building that statue? No. Can you stop standing there and build that statue? These dwarves are like, oh my God, I can read. They're all so excited to read. Thanks for the penny, hello San, and the $1, NetJam. Cheers. How's that lever coming along? 1 left. Where did it get suspended? It looks like your dwarves are walking through walls. Oh, what, with the bridges? Yeah, bridges are a little weird like that. That's one of those things that I'm looking forward to getting, like, updated in Premium. Because, like, there's only so many... like, the tile sets are very simple, right? Like, they're a very low number of images, all in all. Animal, you have a good night. Thank you much for hanging out. Yay, we're linking building to trigger. But, Animal, you have a good night. Thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate you watching. Have a good night's sleep. We'll be on tomorrow. you know where to find us. Same channel, generally the same time. But yeah, bridges are kind of confusing in that way. It sucks, but there isn't too much you can do about it, unfortunately. Also, because my views finally updated on YouTube, I can officially say that the last 28 days, or actually the last month, I guess, the last 28 days are my best 28 days ever on YouTube, view count-wise. Crazy. I was wondering, do streams outside of your embark area affect it? Do streams outside of your embark area affect if you can get invaded or not, since you can't build bridges there for them? What do you mean? Like rivers? Because streams you can just walk across in Dwarf. Like there's no like risk of drowning in streams, but in rivers there is. Oh shit, we're out of booze. You know, I'm genuinely convinced you're the only person who thinks that. Little son. And I don't agree. And I'm just gonna keep stating that. Like I don't see the issue and I don't agree. They cross brooks, but they go around rivers. They go around them. Like unless it's something that like cuts through, like unless it's like a huge gorge that cuts the entire world in half, they literally just go to the mouth of the stream and they go around it. Like if I go to my world map, right? Like this is a really big river, right? So if there was an evil thing here and I was set up here, they would just go around it. They would go up and attack me. But oceans and lakes, yes. If they cut the whole map, can affect whether or not you get invaded. Like if you settle on a little island in the middle of the ocean, you'll never get invaded. If anybody's got a resub, now's the time to pop it, by the way. But yeah, I completely disagree. I think that Premium Dwarf Fortress looks like the opposite of awkward, if anything. There's certainly tile sets out there that look awkward. I vehemently disagree with that take. And also, they do have shading. Like, not to just be like a I told you so kind of person, but like, look at the edges. There's little shadows. There very much is shading. But we've had this argument before, and I will just simply state I disagree. It's my opinion on Krug Smash. He's a cool dude, a friend of mine. He supports me on Patreon. I support him on Patreon. He's been in a video of mine once. His art's fantastic. He's got a good voice. What else is there to say about Krugs? Which fort is this? It looks super cool. This is Stonewater. It's the big one I've been playing like almost every day for the past few weeks. Yeah, you meant rivers. They cross brooks. They can't cross rivers. You go for a steak sandwich. I actually had a tri-tip sandwich because tri-tip. I managed to get 3 cuts of tri-tip for like $4. It's a very cheap cut of meat, but I just like seared it all up and basically made like 2 weeks worth of sandwich meat. It's actually like one of my first real times cooking like red meat at home this year. Like I had a steak for my birthday back in June. And I think that's it. Oh no, I bought sausage once. But that was probably those are pork sausages. Like I bought pork once or twice, but that was like my first time actually having like red meat at home in a very long time. Bought a tuna sandwich from a local sandwich shop and your mouth is still numb from the dentist and you can't eat it yet. Oh no! I would recommend liquids. Just drink water. Just drink water. Help the numbness go away too, allegedly. All right, so Pull that lever. Pudding? Yeah, I mean, you could use pudding, but you might also get pudding in your lap, depending on how numbs you are. Say a streamer friend of mine, or someone who used to be a full-time streamer that I know, is going to the dentist this week for the first time in 16 years. I wish him all the luck. I don't know if he'll survive, but hope he does. He gave up streaming full-time last year. It's kind of always a little sad for me, but he had legitimate reasons, though. I've just got to say, I got too many interactions on Twitter. Twitter's broken. I need to, like, switch back to TweetDeck. Just going to leave Twitter shut for a while. But why do you ask, Sam? If I can ask. On why you want to know my opinion on Krugs? Do you think there's some drama or something? Like I literally said, like there is a YouTube video with him and me in him. And mountain goat. Hunting goat. Goat meat. Prime rib. Mm. Right, we've pulled the lever. Okay, so we're finally done with this never-ending project. At least this part of it. So I can now seal these at the top. I can dump those blocks. Just get rid of them. I don't care. And we can pull this lever again. And then we can fill the whole fucking thing up. That'll be fantastic. Can't wait. Now we just need to get attacked again. And I can actually use my defenses. It only took me 16 years to build it, but here we are. Huzzah! Should have a call him Crunk. I just lock whoever pulled the lever last in there when there's a siege. I don't need a dedicated lever puller. In order to have a dedicated lever puller, I really just need a vampire. Somebody who like doesn't die of thirst or hunger. Otherwise, they just get really upset. But at the very least, with like a vampire, you have like a legitimate reason to keep them away from everybody else. Whereas, like, with most dwarves, you don't really have a legitimate reason to keep them away from everybody else. So I generally don't worry about that. Once this is done, we can start the whole thing filling. All right, let's go up here. Pull that lever. Get to witness them fill. Or something got broken in the pipeline and it's not going to work. Holy shit, a visitor! Samir the Human Void Hunter is visiting. Oh, did I? Actually, I think I know why. Library's public. That'd be why. We just need a dwarf to pull the lever. There it goes. Flawless. Look at that. Absolutely glorious. So this whole thing fills these up. And then I can pull a lever and just dump them all down. That's my defense. They fill up this lower layer. Pumps up to here. Pumps up to here. 7 of 7. 7 of 7. 7 of 7. Perfect. And down here's 5 of 7, which means I can pull this lever. Hot indeed, yeah. Ooh. Would you look at that? Ural Doomer was seen being passed to a thief. I do in fact have a captain of the guard. Who did it? Goldpoke witnessed it. Or Goldpoke was witnessed by who? The human void hunter took it. A Goldpoke, who is where? You holding it? I can't let you escape. Although Goldpoke gets 29 days in prison. This guy gets a beating? Nah, you get deaded. Will they enforce justice? Only if you tell them to via the justice screen. But I think this guy's gonna get away. He's trying to go beat him. But I think he's gonna make it away. Yep. Alright, well I can cancel these. There's no reason to do that. Well, that's a damn shame. Fortunately, though, we do know of him. This character is now a convicted felon in our fortress. So if they return to steal another item... Oh. That chat. They're stealing a thong. Well, I mean, guess. Panty thief, yep. Is your name Oolong? Their human void hunter? I mean, admittedly, it's a very valuable artifact pair of underwear, but someone should have worn them. This is an artifact thong. And I'll have you know, artifact thongs cannot ever break, meaning they have no problems with thong rot. Someone must be suffering from thong rot back home. Although, that being said, Goldpoke's going to prison, so sorry, Goldpoke. Tee-hee indeed, yes. Well... Never change, Dwarf Fortress. I'm really glad that I looked at that. Someone just sent... Actually, we're also going to interrogate Goldpoke. So we're going to queue up an interrogation. We're going to interrogate Goldpoke and chain him up. And I want to know if this guy tried to corrupt anybody else. All I got to say is that was a really fast corruption. Also, it's so nice to see people streaming Dwarf Fortress. Like, I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, but there's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people streaming. And earlier today, there was like 14. It's really cool to see a bunch of people suddenly jumping in and streaming DF. It's like, fucking, it's about time, guys. Come on. Who could interrogate captured things as practice? Yeah, I feel like the only way to really get a really good interrogator is to make them an adventurer. Interrogation and like conversation skills are generally really hard to work on. Although I will say, mayors tend to make really good interrogators, actually. Like if you have a mayor, make them into your interrogator. I find that they're often quite good at such things. But the game's saving, so there ain't much I can do. As always, though, like, if you're new to the game or if you have any questions about DF, give me a shout. I'll do my damnedest to give you some assistance. Curious about something. Yeah, it seems like they've gotten about 4,000 more followers on Steam since the announcement of Premium, which is cool. Let's wait until they get to the interrogation point. Also, I gotta say something that's kind of funny. So I left a comment on the premium trailer, right? And it's basically just saying thank you for the like tolerating my frequent DMs, because I do DM people like Kit Fox quite frequently to stay updated, right? And there's just like basically just people saying, hey, thanks for DF news and whatnot, blah blah blah. Can we dig much deeper? And then just people being excited and whatnot. And then this one person's like, who are you? Who are you? there's something about that that's just really funny. It's just like a bunch of responses all are just like, hey, like thanks for doing what you do and whatnot, all being really nice. And then it's just, who are you? Like, who are you? Who is this person? It's just really funny to me. It's like, yeah, that's being weirdly micro famous. Is you walk into a room and a bunch of people are like, oh my god, it's that person. And then one other person's like, am I supposed to know this person? You know, I wonder that myself sometimes, Squug. How you been, man? I hope you've been good. Hope work's been all right. Struggling, it hasn't? You don't want to vent here? You're permitted to. I have no concerns with you venting here. Vent. It's like half of what Twitch is for. Or like, therapists is the wrong word because I'm definitely not a fucking therapist. But you're more than welcome to vent if you need. And I don't really care. I use this as my place to vent, so you're allowed to vent. Can we deal with that Cyclops body sometime this year? That'd be cool, guys. Also, we need to eat some of these kittens. I got way too many of them. I'm actually going to kill some of the elephants, I think. Nah, never mind. Screw that idea. Parasocial friend? Isn't that like regardless? Isn't that just what happens regardless if you do this for a while? Is people just like even I fall for that sometimes. I'll become like parasocial friends with people and realize it's like, Oh, I'm falling into that, and then I usually just kind of stop watching the person when I realize that. I don't want to be that person. Okay. Let's also eat that nanny goat, because I don't fucking eat goats. Soon, Sigil, what's up? Elephant stew? I mean, elephant stew, elephant leather for shoes, etc. All right, so I was going to make a clothing industry. You know what? Let's just do it right here, because that'll just be easy. So, clothing industry. Proper clothing industry instead of like that weird, cruddy, small-ass thing that I had previously. Hobo, just for whatever it's worth, you and me are beyond parasocial because we've been to, like, so many concerts together and crashed in Airbnbs together and, like, gone on trips and done weird shit before. So, like, there's a point where... Sure, maybe up until, like, the first weekend, the week that we hung out that one time and then ended up seeing, like, Papa Roach 4 days later. But, like, you know. There's a point also where that stops mattering once you've hung out with somebody more than once. Same with Squug. Like, Squug's just a friend. Like, I've hung out with Squug multiple occasions. And gotten belligerently drunk on several occasions, too. Why do you have to remind you of Papa Roach? Cut my life in 2 pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no bleeding, don't give a fuck. Or getting away with murder. So much coke. God damn. That might actually be the most cocaine I've seen one man do during one show. Like, I've seen, like, people very clearly snorting shit at shows before, but oh my god. It was like the entire set. It was just, finish line. It was just non-stop the entire time. Otherwise, just waiting for December 6th. Yep. Yeah, fuck November. November can't go away fast enough. Let's check out this report. Confess to the theft. An unidentified creature corrupted a subject in order to have an agent in Stonewater, and an unidentified creature met with the subject and made flattering remarks, and the plan worked. The subject plotted to steal closed haunt under the influence of unidentified creature. Doesn't extend his sentence, though. You know, why don't you just sing I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me? One of the few Marilyn Manson songs that genuinely slaps. Actually, I think it might be a cover, but... Yeah, it stopped being parasocial. It just became social. That's what you meant, yeah. Yeah, I think when you're crashing in somebody's apartment in Vegas, like you've gone past the parasocial thing. So before you guys start yelling that it looks like a dick, I know. Just shut up. It's gonna have another room down here, and it's gonna look less like a dick. It might still look like a dick. Fuck if I know. This is gonna be storage for clothing and armor and other things. Hey, Socks. Hope you're doing well. When you say paradrop, I'm just like imagining you parachuting into a mall, crashing through the ceiling, landing in front of 2 people that were talking, and just say, did you know that if you, like, I don't know, some random fact, and then you just, like, jetpack out of the building? That's what I'm imagining. You've never seen any crimes in your forts? Do you set up public taverns? You need public spaces where visitors can come. But yeah, no, they work great. I get them all the time. You need artifacts and public rooms. If you have like a public tavern and you get visitors, your stuff will get stolen. Just make sure you're somewhere with active neighbors. But yeah, hang in there, Squug, regardless. Life sucks sometimes, and I get it. But yeah, I think a lot of people completely miss the crime plots because a lot of people just completely ignore the crime system entirely, which I think is silly. Like, build prisons, set up a captain of the guard, set up a hammer, let guests into your fort sometimes, let people steal shit, and interact with those mechanics because they're fun mechanics. The issue is, I think, just a lot of people kind of don't care. Sitting here going, why are these animals freaking out? Oh, probably because they're just watching themselves get butchered. Ooh. Slaughter. Do I... Kind of seems like I need more butchers. All right, so the next thing I can do is I can go back up here. Shut that off. You're guilty of not paying enough attention to crime either. It's such a good system. Not paying much attention to crime. Yeah, just like most law enforcement in real life. Anyway, yeah, just like it's a good system, like almost everything. I mean, it definitely could use some refinement. I don't think it's a bad system. It's not the best system in Dwarf Fortress. It's fine, but I think it's a system that gets ignored a lot of the time. I think that was an unintentional pun, actually, but I could be mistaken. It's so good. It is pretty good. So we're going to knock all this stuff down. And I think another thing that I need to do actually is I need to go... Yeah, I need to go up to these upper... Yeah, we need to place doors in all of these and give them all furniture and places to put their stuff because, you know, these dwarves, they've been working pretty hard. I think it's time that we reward them with actual finished bedrooms. How you been, Socks? Hope you're still smelling. Because laundry is probably a crime where you're from. Speaking of crime. All right, let's do that. I think I just put 2 in that one room. Yes, I did. It's okay, I can remove the bottom one. But yeah, no, crime plots have been in the game and working since, I want to say spring 2020, I think was when they got implemented. So they've actually been in the game for a while. it took me a little bit to get one initially because I didn't realize I needed public spaces, and I generally don't have public spaces just to like keep the number of visitors down, because like they used to like randomly turn into were creatures and shit or be vampires, which is less frequent now, but still not perfect. How are you supposed to defend against that? Clearly you need a proper watchdog. Or something that can see. Dogs or pets can spot critters off at a distance. But that seems like you are not setting up any kind of scouting or defenses in that sort. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll put my military in a tower where they can see a large portion of the map, or I'll just build a tower and put a dog in it, or a bear, or a tame capybara, or something, or an eagle, and just leave it up there. And then they'll spot it. Same with actually stealth units like elves if they're invading or something. That's a piece of advice. So sounds just like you need to set up better scouting or watch, like night watch type things. How many tiles can they see? Basically the entire map, but it doesn't really matter. Just put it near your front door. Like, say this is my front door, right? Right here. Just go right here, build a little tower, which I should probably do at some point. Put a platform there, put fortifications around it or windows around it or something. Chain a dog up there, and they will spot it at a distance. You'll never have a problem. Or pasture your animals right outside your front door. That's another thing, especially early on. That's often what I'll do. I'll take like the initial animals that I get, and I will pasture them right in front of the front door. So if a Forgotten Beast spawns, they will collide with the pastured animals instead of like running straight through and into my fortress. They will fight with the animals, and I can lock the door or whatever. Build a wall. So sounds like just like you need to set up some proper defenses. That's how I'm reading this. Excess male guinea cocks and pastures around the edges of the map. Where beaver comes on map, chases poultry, reverts to human, sees dwarf, never sees a dwarf. That's also good, yeah. I mean, a recent large fortress, I want to say it was Threat Dweller, actually. There was that were creature that we never did actually kill, that never actually made it to the middle of the map because it was such a large map and the fortress was right in the center. I would just see combat logs of a were creature fighting with random wildlife around the edge of the map. Every so often it would kill a dwarf, but very rarely. And that were creature is still alive in the map somewhere. His name's Cyril. Also, hey, Clino. How's your day been? It seems like popularity of Dwarf Fortress has caused the wiki to go down like 4 times today. I keep refreshing it, and it keeps going offline. I like to think this is a good thing. It actually makes me wonder if Bay 12 is getting more hits than previous. Like, if Bay 12 has, like, noticed an increase in traffic or anything. Also, I feel kind of bad because I haven't even started editing the Future of the Fortress video yet. I just kind of went to bed last night. I basically just ate dinner, did, like, what I needed to get done before I go to bed, and then just went to bed. I was just so fucking done yesterday. Such a long day. But Kit Fox seems happy, based on that tweet they posted this morning. What's up, Berber? Went to bed at a reasonable time? Yeah, I went to bed at 12:45. You don't go to bed, though. It's fine. I got a solid 7 hours of sleep. The night before was rough, but... You get too tired to even play games anymore? Sounds like you need a vacation. That's what I do when I desperately need a vacation, you know? Like, if I'm too tired, like, if I don't want to play Dwarf Fortress or if I don't want to play games, then it's time to go camping for a weekend. It's like I had this chat with my friend Kevin when we were walking up Golden Years. Or actually, we were on our way down. I was just like, you know what? I've been like really fucking depressed recently. He goes, yeah. I'm like, and then I realized I haven't been camping in 3 weeks. And he goes, yeah, that'll do it. Sometimes you just need to go outside and sleep under the stars. Or in my case, go stealth camping. 1 week isn't gonna fix it. I mean, my vacations are like 4 days generally, but I don't know what your situation is like. I can't afford to go on vacations longer than just a couple of days, so. But I honestly, the biggest assist for my mental health the past year that I've made is the, sorry nerds, I stream 3 days a week instead of 5. Slept in late, exhausted from yesterday. My Twitter, so I actually have the most successful tweet I've ever tweeted today, which I've realized, which is kind of crazy, which is nice, actually, because I generally don't do very well on Twitter, but I got 100 retweets. That's a first for me. Which is literally just like a screenshot of the Stonewater Fortress's release date. It's not exactly a... Not exactly a very creative tweet. But no, Squug, you based on the way you're talking, you strike me as it's time for therapy. But I don't know. I'm like, I live in a reality where vacations literally can't be longer than a week, purely because like I can't afford to live longer than a week. And it's been so long since I took a vacation that was longer than just like 4 days that I don't even know. Whoa, what the fuck did they just throw in there? Something big. Something big. That's for sure. Jeez. Huh. That's kind of badass looking, though. Look at that. It's a lot of lava mist. Oh, geez. We're going to catch somebody on fire, aren't we? I maybe should move where my garbage dump is, eh? Little close to the wagons, guys. All right. Now it's 101 retweets. Well, thank you. It really is, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Squug's going through, so I don't want a backseat, but life sucks. We just have to figure out ways of tolerating it. That's my existence anyway. Lycott says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What requests do you have of our merchants? What requests do I have of your merchants? Iron, I think? Iron! Heal! Large gems. Like make windows. We finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. There are 3 R's: rest, re-exercise, and re-healthy eating. I don't think healthy eating is a problem for Squog, at least it wasn't in the past. For me, it's like, if I'm constantly feeling tired and exhausted, it means I just need to disconnect for a weekend. Oh, it is now? Oh, well, maybe that's part of it. You're losing weight? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends on if it's me losing weight, that's a really bad thing. Okay, so I accidentally made a bunch of glass nest boxes. I'm just gonna sell all those because yeah, that's Noopsy. That was not intended. Not eating enough? I getcha. But yeah, I don't know. We should stop trying to like poke Squug. If they want to talk, they can talk. If they don't want to talk, they don't have to talk. That's literally what I just did. I'm selling those nest boxes. I think I made 100 when I was intending on just making boxes. Because boxes are like chests, right? And you put them in bedrooms and the doors store their shit in it. But nest boxes are where birds lay eggs. I think I made nest boxes instead of boxes, and I feel kind of big dumb about that. Yeah, well, just wait until you try and figure out how to make glass doors and then realize that they're called portals in this game for some reason. Although I think that that's one of those things that's going to be changed. I mean, honestly, you know, you're not wrong. I mean, they'll put them in bags, they'll put them in chests, and they'll put them in coffers. I think actually it's just the fault of dwarves for naming them nest boxes instead of like nesting spot or something. I don't know. Clino might be a person to ask about that. I've actually never used Armok Vision. I think it looks really ugly, and it's not the fault of Armok Vision. I just don't like Dwarf Fortress 3Dified. It just looks wrong to me. So I haven't, but Clino might be a person to ask, or somebody in chat may be able to answer questions about Armok Vision. I've used Stone Sense from time to time. Looks really cool though. Maybe to you. I don't know. To me, it just looks off. But maybe it'll probably get there one day where I'd want to. Rose does good work on it, though. Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode with Armok Vision is literally Skyrim? I thought you haven't used it before. You seem to already have, like, you're asking if it's any good. But now you're just like, but it's actually just Skyrim. It's like, so have you used it? You're hypothesizing? Okay, fair enough. I mean, not really. That's my response. Not really. Can't believe we had a panty thief. Gosh. Neither do I. Which is why I said, yeah, I'm not the person to ask. I would just, are you in the Kit Fox Games Discord? Because that would be a place to ask about it. Considering, like, the person who makes it hangs out in that Discord. You wonder if their nose bled? Well, they were a zombie, so I don't think they were capable of it. It's generally my assumption. It's Rose, I think. I don't know their full name on Discord. Hold on, let me look. It's Rose Urban Elf, but I need someone else to confirm that for me. I think it's Rose who works on it. I know that they go by Rose. I just don't know if that's them specifically. But no, my best advice is like if you're curious about things like Armok Vision, just install it and fuck with it. See what happens. But I'm not that kind of person. I don't do those kinds of mod fiddlings. I much prefer to just play the video game, you know. I just want to say shout outs to this person who used all of their MS Paint skill here, according to Reddit. Dwarf Fortress, press start. You died. Yep. Pretty much. Spoilers. That's more MS Paint skill than I have. It actually amazes you how little content there is on DF. Yeah, like the vast majority of videos on Armok Vision are just uploaded by the person who made it. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. Like I found out yesterday that I was in a voice call with somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress, and it's just like, yeah, they mentioned, they were just like, yeah, I don't watch it. It's like, well, yeah, nobody does. That's why. Like there's people who watch Krug Smash, and then like the kind of weird zealots of my fan base that watch the stuff that I do. Love you guys. But like outside of that, it's like I mean, some people watch Dwarf Fortress, but like it's a very I think it's Krug Smash. Go look him up on YouTube. I think that it's like there's maybe a dozen people that actively make content for Dwarf Fortress. And I'd say more than half of them are like, as in they will upload 2 videos a year kind of thing. And then there is an audience for it. And that's the weird thing. Like, cause like Nucleum will put out his tutorials maybe once every couple of years, and it'll get 1 million views. And it's like, so there are people who play and are looking to learn the game. Yeah, Nucleum's one of those people who falls under he plays it twice a year, right? Same with Quill18, like plays it twice a year, maybe. But like as far as active people goes, it's basically just like me. I can't even say Sal anymore because she like just kind of pops in when there's new stuff happening. It used to be Sal. I guess like me, Tekid, but his YouTube channel is pretty inactive because he works a very hectic job. There's the recent edition of Hoodie Hair. That person's been making stuff. There's a couple smaller Twitch channels. Small handful of like random YouTubers. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's such a small number of people that actually actively do it, but there's an audience for it, and that's the weird thing. Is like it's like it's as if somebody just told every single streamer in existence that nobody wants to watch this game for some reason. And like when I talk to other streamers, it's like, oh, there isn't an audience for that. It's like, no, there is. It's just there's nobody that's willing to make content for it because it's a lot of effort to make content for it. It's a lot of effort to make this game entertaining. I'm just good at nattering on about nonsensical bullshit, so people just watch me because I babble about shit. Quill was one of the first that you saw, but it was years ago. I remember one of the first people that I saw was Jeff's stream, but he hasn't, like, he has some serious health problems and, like, hasn't uploaded a video in, like, over a decade. I think he streamed FIFA, like, once, like, maybe 2 years or something. I pop up first. That's what I'm trying to do. That's a career gamble. Jeff Major. Yeah, I miss Jeff Major too. Jeff Major was still streaming actively when I was like getting going with Twitch. I remember stumbling on his adventure mode videos when I was trying to learn this game in like 2012. DF is one of the few games remaining, and it's probably going to stop being like this once premium releases, but DF is one of those few games where, like, if you start looking it up, you'll find yourself on a forum post from 15 years ago asking about a problem that's still an active problem in the game. Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games that still exists that's like that. With the exception of maybe, like, DCSS or something, but... Like, Dwarf Fortress is, like, one of the few games where, like, you'll find screenshots of a post from a forum that doesn't exist anymore that's been reposted onto 4chan and linked to from another gaming forum. It's like... And that's how you find your guide on how to stop bins from breaking when you're doing a particular job. Like, it's... Dwarf Fortress is a special artifact of the video games industry, and Minecraft wouldn't exist without it. A form of Minecraft probably would exist, but Minecraft wouldn't exist in its current form without this game. And it's like when I was like sitting down before I actively started streaming this game in like 2017 and just saying, fuck it, I need to learn this game properly because like I've been playing it on and off for half a decade and I need to figure this shit out. More than half a decade at that point. It started in 2009 and it's like I've been trying to learn it for about 8 years. And I remember just like looking things up. Like I found like, I mean, I guess like the beginning of the rabbit hole actually is DOS Tactics stairs video. Like the classic one with like the drawn diagrams, like explaining how the stairs and layers work. It's like, and now I look at that now, I'm like, why do you make it so much more complicated than it needs to be? It's ridiculous how much he over-explains stairs in that video, but I don't know. Compared to like League, I would argue it's more work to learn how to play League of Legends than it is to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress. To learn to play Dwarf Fortress, literally all you need is somebody who knows how to play Dwarf Fortress, and you just need to sit in a video, in a voice call with like screen share up for like an hour, and you can have the basics down. Like Dwarf Fortress is not a difficult game. It's just an obtuse game, and if you are willing to deal with obtuseness in video games, it's not hard at all. And Premium's gonna fix that. You learned of Olms from DF? I knew about Olms beforehand, but I've been a bit of a nerd about herpetology for a while. Those hungry heads, motherfucker. Hungry heads, goddamn. It's a hungry head. That's what it is. It's a head that floats and goes, bah! And they're hungry. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is like one of those few rabbit... I guess... Actually, I would say, like, the real, like, oh my god, this is a rabbit hole games that still exist are things like DCSS and, like, even stuff like Open XCOM. Like, XCOM has some of those rabbit holes left. Like, if you start digging into, like, the community that still plays the original XCOM games, looking like Kirby, I mean, they clearly look like this. They clearly look like this. That's a fluffy Wambler. Speaking of fluffy Wamblers, you know, there is one thing that I'm genuinely concerned about Dwarf Fortress about. Premium releasing is, there's one thing that truly scares me about it. And I'm worried about it most days. In fact, it's kept me up many nights to the point where I've lost some sleep over it. I fear for anybody who streams this game, especially if you have ample visitors allowed in your fortress. Because one of these days, scrolling down Twitter until I find this particular image, one of these days, somebody is going to encounter, there we go, a worm man and get banned from Twitch. Just saying, it's gonna happen. Like, it's why does it have glands? I don't know. Is he wearing a bow tie? Wouldn't you? I mean, if you were a worm man, wouldn't you? It actually like reminds me of that. That's yes. Go to bed, Tygo. It's got to be like 4 o'clock in the morning for you. Exactly. I'm genuinely worried about it. There's part of me that is actually kind of genuinely worried about it. But also, I haven't been banned yet, so can't be that bad. When is that from? Oh, God. Do you want me to pull it back up? Hold up. July 27th? Here, I'll link it. I had to scroll pretty far. I'm going to quote tweet it, actually. I'll quote tweet it, and then it's easy to find. All right, time to close Twitter again. Twitter's a cluster. And I've got a dwarf that's been taken by a fey mood while I was scrolling down. Don't mind me slaughtering all these puppies. Not ever saying that your day is fine until the fucking war is over, but the moment that I said that an air raid started, I'd been going off for 2 years. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I can relate. Or actually, no, I can't relate. I can relate to the sounds of explosions just because, like, my entire part of town has sounded like a war zone since, like, mid-November. Or mid-September, rather. So many fucking loud ass fireworks. Nope. No, that's recent. That definitely is not Meth and Victoria being thirsty. That's recent. That is canon. Why is there miasma everywhere? Guys? Seriously. The fuck is happening? I think we're going to just go down to here. And this is going to be... maybe not that big. That'll be a corpse pile. Diorite door? Of course! What do you expect? God, if he makes a diorite door, I would be so happy. Mayor has mandated the creation of 2 figurines. I'm always shocked I can't make them out of glass. Wait, making them look more like a penis or more like a worm? because what? Also, this is the perfect thumbnail for my stream. I'm doomed. Oy vey. No wonder your name is Blind. That's all I have to say to you, Berber. Live for a year with my eyes and quit being so fucking ableist. No, actually. Fuck off. Anyway, where's the AdWords stories? Do I even have stuff to read? I do. Turn the brightness on your monitor down and you won't have problems either. Time Funk Holistic Booty Web. Yes? Hello, it's me. How did you get so funky? Elaborate. No. Wendigo embargo is undone. Okay, we're all caught up. That was an easy one. Andesite door? How could it be an andesite door? They haven't even finished it yet. If they make a door, I will be really happy. But as far as light mode goes, so I have floating blind spots and like incredibly inconsistent vision. Dark mode is barely usable for me. Okay? Especially because a lot of these modern UX designers love using these bullshit fucking soft colors that blend into the backgrounds, right? If I don't have dark text with white background, it makes my eyes hurt and it makes my vision cone like shrink. It gives me eye strain, it gives me headaches. So what I do is I keep everything on light mode like a normal person, and I keep my monitor brightness at minimum contrast and minimum brightness. So instead of being another one of those people who's like, fuck you, you're using light mode, because people who use light mode never say that to people who use dark mode. Use dark mode. Live your life. Fuck off. And that's the way I live my life. Don't go after people for using different settings that you use just because you think that it's somehow lesser. Okay? This is true. All right? So don't do that. I don't know what it is, but I've never seen somebody who uses light mode go after somebody for using dark mode. But I've seen literally every day of my life for years, someone does that in my chat. This is like the most fucking obnoxious bullshittery of all time. It's like, just let me use settings that are functional for me as a disabled person. I can use high contrast dark mode, but like, to give you an idea, Discord is difficult for me to use at times because their light mode is an actual joke that doesn't work, right? Nobody makes high contrast dark mode. Some websites are fine, but at the end of the day, it's gonna start hurting after a little bit. When it comes down to it, I need dark letters, light background. It's just so much easier. It's like, what would you prefer? Mild discomfort or easy readability? One is mild discomfort that becomes major discomfort over time for me, and the other one is easy readability. I prefer easy readability. Books are white paper with dark letters on it for a reason. So, just let me use my software, right? And I've never fully understood why ableist humor is so widely accepted. It's something that I'll never fully get. But anyway, I'll drop the subject there. Dishmab the Stoneworker has not made a door. I wish you'd called it. Instead, they've made Idtel Ruckus an andesite toy hammer. On light with night mode. On... Toy hammer. Worth 43,200. The Grooves of Thirst. And also, you're a good Berber, by the way. The Grooves of Thirst. So this is what? Every single Just Chatting viewer? Won't be killing anyone with that one. I mean, don't get it dropped on your head. It might kill you. What? I said you're all good. What's up? Why are we wowing okay? Wow yourself. Wow. Hi, stupid. Anyway, it's the Grooves of Thirst. This is an andesite toy hammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with dog leather. Yeah, you don't want that dropped on your head. That would fucking hurt. No, I said you're ugly. I did not say you're ugly. I said you're okay. You're all good. Also, now my brain's just like reading things in chat instead of like reforming sentences. Anyway, this object is adorned with hanging rings of andesite and alpaca wool and menaces with spikes of iron. On the item is an image of high woods and dog leather. Yeah, no, they're honestly, Discord's light mode was like one of the first straws in my like anti-dark mode like mood status, because like, you heard ugly too? You were kind of surprised? No, I said you're all good. That was my intention. The only person here who's ugly is me, and we all know this. All right, where's the... Or and also most of the dwarves. They're pretty ugly looking. If I did say ugly, that was definitely a Freudian slip. Clip it and tell me. Mayor without a job. Hey, what do you want? Still wanting figurines? Did we not make those? Guess that is pretty low on the priority pool. Is this a contest now? I mean, we all know in our hearts that... Where is it? Where is it? God, I can't even do this anymore. I'm so bad at Twitch. There you go. That's the ugliest thing on Twitch. It's just true. Kind of makes me wish that I still had that 16-part Keanu Reeves, but oh well. You know that? Do you know honestly that emote's kind of terrifying? Like that was when global emotes truly started going downhill. I prefer the like original era of global emotes when we had like Jake Hand style and shit. It's like, oh yeah, someone made that in like 2 minutes in MS Paint. All right. Whatever happened to the other side of this? Why'd you stop? Right, yeah, because they're working on the thing in the basement. Duh. My brain is stretched between too many places right now. This is bad. But like back when Twitch first started, like they did not care about what emotes looked like. Like at the very least, Kappa didn't have a white background. Like the resolution was so low. You know what's terrifying? Wait, what? Yes, that there's a channel somewhere on Twitch that has a 4-part version of that smiley face, except the eyes are bleeding slightly. And it's like, yeah, that's how I feel about that smiley every time I see it. Which is why I use these ones. You know, wise words coming from Tommy. He's not wrong. If everybody loved each other, the world would be a better place. I like that one. Bad. Hold on, did you resub just to post that emote?
Was so serious.
You know, I don't even have a response to that. Why so serious? I mean, my name's Greg, so like, why so serious indeed? Is your wooden furniture degrading in long death? I've had to replace my beds twice because dwarves have started complaining about their bedrooms. And I've had beds get to the point where they're double X's, which is tattered, I think. And I've had bins completely vanish. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Armor, keeping that sub alive for 28 months? Nice, yeah, thank you. I'm so happy that my furniture's rotted away. Audio, what's up? It's good to see you. Hey, hi, what's up? How's things? Apparently I can't talk properly. People keep thinking I'm saying other things that I'm not actually saying. Although maybe I'm just fumbling my words, I don't know. It's been a long week. This is gonna be a pile of dead bodies. Various other crap. But thanks, Armor. Welcome back, Ming. Just kind of taking a peek at our new arrivals. Ooh, we got an armorer. Not to be confused with armor. In chat. What else do we have? We have an armorer, not to be confused with armor. Armor? See, it's an armorer. Yeah, we have an armorer. Not an armor. You're armor. That's armorer. Patreon is pissing you off tonight. Other than that, things are good. Patreon's been annoying me because they keep on fucking redoing it and making their UX worse somehow. Like, somehow. And I do not know how. But somehow they've made the usability of the back end of that site worse. Yeah, it's armorer, not armor-ish, armorer. Also dreams of making a masterwork someday, so I'm going to give them glassworking so they're actually useful. Yeah, I definitely seems to have a processing issue with something because like I made like a third of the money that I normally do this month, and I just kind of looked at it and it's like every other person's credit card was just like didn't process. It's like, oh cool. Neat. It's fine. They'll figure it out eventually. Armor, armorer, armorist. Omega armor? What? Declined all your pledges. Credit card shows no attempt at even charging it? Wow. Okay. At least it wasn't just me then. Yeah, I generally get, it's usually around $330 to $350 from Patreon, although I lost several big patrons over the past month and a half, which happens sometimes, that's fine. But I lost a few bigger patrons combined with the cancels. It's like I got like $180. Kind of sucks, but we'll figure it out. What, like, about, like, having tattoos in Dwarf Fortress? I want to say that was talked about in one of the interviews I did with Tarn. I remember Tarn talking about tattoos and asking a question about tattoos. I think it came up alongside of, like, asking about tapestries and paintings that could be hung on walls. And, like, what is it called? Embroidered rugs and stuff. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's possible. It's just a matter of time and doing it. Because, like, Caves of Cud has tattoos. They refuse. I refuse to do this. Okay, so refuse, and then... why can't I read? Eyes work, please. Corpses, why? But you sleep well, Bastard. Kind of want to like knock down this wall and then rebuild them, but would be cool, actually. Yeah, I mean, I like, you know, it's funny. Chat was talking earlier today about like, it would be cool if Dwarf Fortress had a system like Songs of Six where dwarves would like decorate their own bedrooms and such. And I kind of completely agree with that. Wow, that's a lot of stuff coming down here. I kind of completely agree with that. But like, I would want it to be like accessories, like not furniture. I'd want it to be like rugs or crafts or figurines, or like if you put a pedestal in there, then they put stuff on the pedestal themselves, like stuff like that. I would want. But like, you know, the way that their inventories work kind of is a little odd. Could a conversation about caves be referred to as chewing the cud? I mean, chewing the cud sounds like a podcast about caves of cud. Getting cud and dirty? I don't know. Or why don't we just go cuddling? Hold on, I need to write that down so my brain comprehends that statement. Cuddling? Fuck. All right, well, all I have to say about Caves of Cud is I sometimes wonder what random people who like, because, you know, every now and again my channel just gets like recommended on Twitch. And I do wonder, people who've like never heard about any of the games that I talk about, it's like, what is it like? Are you just like, this guy's insane? Or does it actually like make sense? Like, do people look up the games I'm randomly mentioning? It's a Quaddle? You don't want to step in a puddle of Quad. Your leg might fall off. You might get bit by a mog hopper and it'll rip your ankle off. Very clean cut though. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to sew it back on. You need to find some Uber Nostrum to regrow it. The sad part about this is all actual game mechanics for a video game. Puddle of Cud, Cuddle of Pud. Anyway, is it still on sale? No. Go buy Caves of Cud. It's a good video game. Very, 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 very good video game. It's the only video game where you can convince a donkey to join you and give it a shotgun. Reminds you of cows chewing? Generally, yeah. But to me, it sounds like the name of a podcast that doesn't exist. Like, if I was ever to start a Caves of Cud podcast, not going to do that, it would be called Chewing the Cud. Maybe if I, like, talked about Caves of Cud on the Halcyon podcast, we could call it Chewing the Cud. Or we could just call it, like, a cuddle party. With a Q. As Technobabble from Star Trek? To be fair, I can go pretty deep into that hole, too. That's actually not that bad. Oh no, Blind's on his shit again. Caves of... Uh-oh. Apparently somebody died? Rakust, the ghostly carpenter, has risen and is haunting the fortress. We have a ghost. He's being spooky. Guys, Halloween's over. Supposed to go the other way. Oh no. Alright, well, I guess we'll have to give you a stone. You need a craft store shop. There it is. Nope. Wait. Who was it? Rakust. It's from a ways ago. Jeez. On the way. Another Rakust on here? I'm not seeing? Do I have a slab dedicated to Rak? Did somebody knock a slab over? Oh, apparently I, like, engraved it but never placed it. Bizarre. Ghostly Carpenter keeps showing up and disappearing. Caves of Uh-Oh. Sounds like a good CUD DF cross reference. I kind of, honestly, I wish that there was like a Caves of Cud reference somewhere in Dwarfort. Just something that mentions Viridian Watervine. Does the game explain the actual logistics of giving a donkey a shotgun? Yeah, you hand him the shotgun, and he shoots the foe. Caves of Ow. Caves of Splat. All right, there we go. Caves of Fun. There you go. That also works. That's a terrifying emote, by the way, Armor. Just, you know, throwing stuff in the lava. Is this one of those situations where we all just post the scariest emotes that we have? Where's Tom? There we go. That's a pretty good one. It's just all forehead. And then when you see that, you do that. There you go. A lot of damage. It's a lot of lava. Hobo, that's like a rare artifact of Twitch history. Like that is I wonder what percentage of Twitch accounts actually have that emote. Because in order to get that emote, you had to throw, what was it, $50 at Twitch for in like a month or a couple weeks span. Like, I don't even think I have Zombie Kappa. Like, honestly, that emote is rarer than the Golden Kappa these days. I'd be willing to bet. Not that, like, anybody actually gives a shit, but... It's such a weird emote. It looks like somebody just, like, put, like, a Grinch filter on Kappa. This is such a strange-looking emote. It was literally the first throw bits and unlock emotes event, yeah. What the fuck is that? It's your avatar. Clearly. Looks like a pile of peas. You're just hungry. Would that mean that they were decapitated? All right, I recovered from that one. Took me a moment. All right, let's get that clothing industry set up properly. Cloth. Wow, that's a jiggly butt. You know, I got somebody's butt emote banned from Twitch. And there's a certain person who's never forgiven me for it. There was a person who used to come by this channel all the time. And they used to always just post this emote of someone's fursona. I might have even been their own, I don't even know. But it was someone's fursona. And it was just like very much spreading. And I remember seeing that emote once and I was like, wow, how is that allowed on Twitch? And the person said, oh, I don't know, it's brand new. I'm like, that's gonna get taken down sooner rather than later. And they go, oh, if it does, I'll hate whoever reports it. I'm like, well, I'll report it and we'll see what happens. I reported it. It got taken down like within 24 hours and was replaced with a crying emote. The person told Lee to like basically go die. And since then, every single time that person runs into my content, they leave a really mean comment. And like every now and again, they'll tweet at me and just be like, fuck this guy. I'm just like, popped up on, like, I posted a, like, because Dwarf Fortress channels are allowed to post their streams on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, right? Posted my stream once, and this person just commented on it, and they're just like, you know, I fucking hate this spam, blah, 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 blah. I was sitting there, I'm like, buddy, are you still salty? What the fuck? Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, because his pants got put back on. Of course, Un's rat got returned because, like, it's got pants now. Heart or corgi ass? You decide. Heart, definitely. But like, see, if there was a butthole in the middle of it, that would get removed, right? That's the difference, right? Between that, the emote that I'm referring to, Clino, imagine that, but also hands and also butthole in the middle. That. Anyway. Let's make a bunch of looms. Great sentence to come back to. You're welcome. Hi. Welcome back, Soul. I'm just talking about one time that I got somebody's emote banned from Twitch because it was a gaping asshole. And they still sometimes go after me on various other platforms for it. And I think it's kind of hilarious. Heart with a butthole. What do I win? Useless points. That are all of the bragging rights. I'm like weirdly short on booze, so I'm just gonna do this real quick. I mean, you know, for whatever it's worth, the original PogChamp guy basically was the human physical manifestation of a gaping asshole. So, you know, honestly, it's not that far off. Dude's a fucking asshat. Like, it takes a lot to get your likeness removed from Twitch because you're just that much of an asshole, and he was one of those few people, yeah. You don't even know what happened to that guy? He's a flat earther, COVID-denying, conspiracy theorist weirdo who hates women and is, like, notorious for not being a good person to be around at public events. Like, yeah. He's one of those. He's one of those people where it's just like, oh, you made a lot of money on the internet in a short period of time and forgot how brains are supposed to function. What still makes you wonder what the fuck did Doc do? Doc had an exclusive contract with Twitch that he broke. Like, there really isn't much more to think about than that. He was, like, basically... like, behind the scenes, as far as I know from rumors and bullshit, which may not be completely true, but nothing's confirmed, is just telling Twitch he wanted more money. And YouTube offered him more money. When you individually retry each sub? Wow. That sucks. Don't look into it is what you're saying? I mean, I looked into it and it wasn't that bad. It was more about, whoa! Okay, that makes sense. Because, like, the emote got deleted. I was like, man, PogChamp was a great emote. What the fuck? And then I went and looked up what he was up to and I was like, oh, okay, I understand now. That's how that went for me. I mean, you can look it up. It's not that bad. It's just kind of a, oh, you're an asshole. Got it. I don't have any faith in humanity, so there's nothing to value there, Hex. Let's just deal with all these corpses. Still dealing. One of these days, I'm gonna have to actually have to drain this thing. How many things are dead here? 1,000? Okay. How's my squad doing? They're getting pretty good. General Grub, where are you at? There you are. Non-combat. Well, you're an expert student and an expert you have expert concentration. Novice leader, musician, keyboardist. I don't care about your keyboardist skills. Adequate speaker. Competent crutch walker. Well, that's good. All right, let's go attack something. Well, maybe actually I should work on the pyramid first. I guess what the reality is when people suddenly have way too much money, it brings out the worst in people. Generally, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of people that seem like they're really nice people and then they end up with a whole lot of money. I mean, there was a certain streamer that me and Hobo used to watch a lot who got really big for a really short in a really short period of time and became the biggest fucking asshole. Like, kind of overnight, too. It was weird how quickly it happened. Like, it was very strange. It was, like, just suddenly famous. Suddenly, like, yeah. Asmongold, I mean, yeah, there's exceptions to every rule, right? Like, Asmongold's a good dude, but, like, it's to the point where, like, I think Twitch has given me trust issues because it's, like... There are people, it's like, oh, yeah, that person's a friend, and then, like, they get really big, and it's like, oh, I understand what kind of person you are. That makes sense. It just kind of sucks. Don't like it. Wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, and he did. You know what's weird, though, is Notch watches one of the streams that I watch, and every now and again I'll see Notch in there, I'll be like, huh, right. Certain Minecraft streamer? Yeah. I wonder what he's up to these days, though. That's actually, like, a genuine question. What's kind of funny, though, is in most cases when people are like that, they do get really big really quickly, and then they just crash and burn. Might be a case of I'm too big to fail now. Fuck you, I got money, kind of thing. Yeah. Uh-oh. We got a Romy. The Forgotten Beast Romy has come, a towering one-eyed Dimetrodon. It has wings of stretched skin, and it is ravening. Beware its noxious secretions. A dino. Okay, well. I'm gonna boop there and boop there. And Dwarfs, get inside. Actually, yeah. Get inside. Get inside, Dwarfs. I wonder what he's up to. I don't know. Although I have that thought about random people I used to watch from time to time who used to stream relatively frequently, actually. It's like, man, I wonder what that person's up to. Like, there was this one guy who used to do stuff with me back when I did a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon stuff, named Mott. Uh-oh, there we go. Dwarves have collided. We've slashed it. Fracturing the bone. Opened up many nerves. Well, that's good. Basically, we've de-winged. Is that its wing? Oh, no, it's a Crundle head. Completely unrelated, but it is bleeding, so quite a lot, actually. Move a few turns forward. Swordsmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot with his sword, chipping the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a ligament has been torn, and the sword is lodged firmly in the wound. Which appears to be Gem Cutter, who killed the last Forgotten Beast, this dwarf, who currently is terrified and says, "This is a fight, I must press on." Meanwhile, Cog down here is also terrified and says, "I have a part in this. This might require an answer." And it lets out another cloud of its noxious secretions. It's now panicking and on the ground. They appear to just be kind of stabbing it. The other dwarves all pounce on it. The last few hits, it seems like he's regained his sword. That's good. But, okay, see there. The sword dwarf pulls on the embedded sword and gains possession, and then they scratched it. Meanwhile, another swordmaster stabs it in the front leg, lodging it in the wound, and then pulling it back out. Bits fly everywhere, and the creature is dead. Now we have to watch the dwarves and see if anything strange happens. Streamer I know who are cool, unlikely to be corrupted by wealth. Unlikely to be corrupted by wealth. Blind, Zach and Tarn, Sal, Great Padinsky, Picture Point. Tarn, Marion, people who are just DF streamers or highly technical modders of other games. Or both. Extreme nerdy, by the way. I'm too depressed to become an asshole. If I'm an asshole, it's like accidental. Generally. Or it's because someone's been mean to me. Nobody is immune to hubris. I could, like, genuinely, it's like I can be a douche. Like, I can be a really mean person, but I wouldn't be because of wealth. That's my personality. And I try my best to keep it from getting out of hand, but, you know, nobody's perfect. I just accept it and admit it. I'm not perfect, and I can be a real nuisance at times, but Sal is a spy? Well, definitely, naturally. But I can be pretty honest that money won't make it worse. If anything, money might actually, in theory, make me into a happier person, because then I could actually afford a house and actually garden. Being an authentic asshole. Well, I mean, at least I'm not an unauthentic asshole, okay? Like, acting and pretending to be an asshole, like, that's like the actual worst thing you can be. I'm just authentically a douche instead of an unauthentic douche. I don't pander. Yeah. Makes you lose money sometimes, unfortunately. One time I recall Blind being a jerk in my direction was totally fair. I expressed horror at how differently we eat our yogurt. I have no recollection of it. Oh, right, yes. No, yogurt in cereal, if I recall correctly. Like crunchy things in yogurt. Which, considering our different health requirements, is fair, and every other instance of douchery was also directed to people being jerks. Yeah. No, you. And then generally, I'll realize that I'm being an ass and apologize pretty quickly. You've got the sarcastic sense of humor that makes it seem that way, which makes you need to be careful. I have to be careful when I'm talking in chats because I can come across as way meaner than I actually am. Because when you like lack the context of like voice, it can be bad. Holy shit, we got a lot of random ass animal parts in here. Like, look at this shit. Puppy skulls, puppy skull muscle, puppy skull, puppy skull, puppy skull. That's not totally true. There is a lot of puppy skulls in here, though. Elephant bits, reindeer bull stuff, random cartilage. Hold on a second. Wings? Oh, I see. Yeah, flying head wings. Muscle shells. Fucking muscle shells. Motherfucking muscle shells. Just auto-dump them. All natural douche. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of find, though, that people who are just generally assholes on Twitch tend to burn out quite quickly. Except for the ones that somehow manage to make it to the top and then burn out dramatically, like Ice Poseidon. Although Ice Poseidon is still allowed to make content on other platforms, which burns my mind sometimes. Good morning, Stone. How are you? You're kind of regretting linking your DF presence with your general Reddit account. It may cause whiplash if anyone was expecting about to be about mild nerdy stuff. I mean, to give you an example, if you dig through my Reddit account, you'll realize that I'm a frequent poster on /r depression and like various other like not exactly safe for work subreddits. So, I mean, fucking who cares? Live your life. Although there was one time someone insulted me on Reddit and I went through their history and then realized the entirety of their history was their own dick pics, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what? Get an alt! The fuck? I've got a very short fuse and a heightened feeling of guilt IRL, which is quite the combo to live with. Yeah? I'm banned from /r PC gaming, which still makes me kind of mad sometimes. Literally because Stoned Hobo posted, like, they have very strict no self-promotion rules on that subreddit. Very strict. So I would always ask mods or other people to post videos there. And so I asked, like, I got Hobo to post one of my videos once. Hobo posted it. Somebody asked a question about the content of the video, and it was doing quite well. It had quite a few upvotes on it, and like a big conversation going on underneath it. So I responded, I uploaded this video here. Like I made this video, and it like wasn't even on my YouTube account. It was on another YouTube channel that I used to work with ages ago. And I was like, yeah, I edited it. I answered the question. Banned for self-promotion. Still trying to figure it out. I appealed it, and they declined the appeal. I was like, what? Oh, true. Maybe that was their alt account because they, yeah. So instead they just wanted like insult people with their cock, I guess. To be fair, PC gaming is like the lowest tier gaming subreddit. You're only hearing one side, but that does sound like straight bullshit. I wasn't self-promoting! Somebody asked a question! I answered the question! Someone had a hammer and a hard-on to ban me, I guess. Hex. Oh, man. Do you guys know who Commander Carl is? With a K? With two Ks, actually. Commander Carl. He's the guy that reloads household objects. Like, on Twitter. And TikTok and YouTube. He got a 30-day ban from TikTok for terrorism because he made a fake grenade ad that was a lemon. Like, built a fake grenade out of a lemon. And got banned from TikTok for 30 days for terrorism. It's like, I'm sorry, what? I wonder what people think of your Twitter sometimes. I mean, fully automated luxury gay space communism, damn right. I mean, I've muted you on Twitter before, Cleto, I'll be honest. Like, there's times when you go on tirades just retweeting stuff. It's like, I need less politics in my brain currently that I've mute you for like a week. He reloaded no, he didn't reload it. It was like a fake, he was making ads for fake weapons. Like, they literally parody ads for household objects turned into weapons. It's a series that he was doing on Twitter and YouTube that didn't really take off. Yeah, it's time for those combustible lemons to burn your house down. Anyway, it's just really funny that he got banned from TikTok for terrorism. Just still amusing to me. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Can't actually find the lemon video now. I'm like looking for it, but whatever. I'm also realizing that I don't care too much. Oh no, are you for real, Irish Stupid? Did they actually make one of those? These are a terrible idea, don't buy them. Hey, Ryan.
Frog comes packaged with silica gel. Delicious, delicious silica gel. Do not eat as this will dry up your insides and void Frog's warranty.
Do not eat as will dry up your insides and void Frog's warranty. Wouldn't that void your warranty and not Frog's warranty? Anyway, hi, Ryan. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 60 months. You can almost retire in 2 months. Congratulations. Frog Tips is so great. Yeah, if you need tips on how to operate your frog, go to frog.tips. It's also non-refundable, which is why you better not void your warranty. Unfortunately, opening Frog's packaging voids your warranty as per Frog Tip number. I can't remember the number. Speaking of non-transferable frogs, how you been, Ryan?
Many people ask me, Nikki,
God, I forgot you had that.
we will be, the blin.
I completely forgot you had that command. I haven't heard that in so long. Story of Python, I thought it was drugs when he was. I mean, it's worse than drugs. Although I use silica gel packs to keep my weed from rotting or molding. True story. With every beef jerky pack, yes, pretty much. Although beef jerky's basically drugs, changed my mind. An open CD player? It's a sound burger, actually. It's a really shitty portable record player that doubles as probably a weapon in Dead Rising. You could probably cut somebody with. Also, can I just say I don't like The Verge's new logo? It's like literally unreadable. I miss their old layout. Taking out the... Why is there dead Impalas in this? What are you doing? They're definitely on the verge of being unreadable, yeah. Very fast. The disc will shatter and make for a pretty nice weapon. I gotta say that, like that one scene from Shaun of the Dead, they probably would have done better if they had those. Trevor in VR has named their steel short sword. Well, that's good. Is that the doom of Tame Impala? It was definitely not a Tame Impala. Whenever I mention to people that there's Impalas on this map, they always go, are they tame? It's like, nope, I haven't tamed one yet. Although I found recently that I prefer covers of Tame Impala songs over actually listening to Tame Impala. It looks like they tried to go retro and failed miserably. That's like most Audio-Technica record playing related products with the exception of their stylus and high-end models. Styluses? Styli? Styli? Is really mid. But like their songwriting is really fucking good. It's like the songwriting's really, really, really good. But like but there's just better songs, I guess is the way I would put it. As somebody who's literally never been outside of the Toronto airport, I can't disagree because I have zero experience. I'll say Geek 2 Games. What up? After the Steam release comes out, are you going to be using the graphical version? Yes. Going to be using the graphical version. Because that's what people are going to want to see. And I accept and acknowledge that. Their execution is just okay. Yeah, well, I mean, like... Where is it? It's like, I can't remember the last time I actually sat down and listened to Tame Impala. But, where did it go? Where did it go? Let me scroll up. Pretty sure I linked it. No, I guess I didn't. This. I listen to this cover like 4 times a week right now. It's just too fucking good. Because you know, the less you know, the better. I think I finally finished cleaning up all the trash in this fort. God, that took way too long. No, what my plan actually is that is my plan actually, Tygo, is to stream with the new fancy graphics and all that jazz, and have like, I don't know, 10K channel points or something, maybe 5K, I don't know, probably higher actually, to force me into ASCII for X amount of time, because it's just going to be an options setting, right? ASCII hot swap? Yeah, absolutely. If anyone is ever in Northern Ontario wilderness, you should come visit me in my shack. You won't live in a town anymore, probably? What does that mean? Don't go full Unabomber, yo. I've never actually been in Ontario. I've flown over Ontario many times. I've never really had any reason. Yes? Are you becoming a cynic? Isn't everybody kind of a cynic as you get older? That just reminds me of the Rhino Party of Canada that wanted to pave over Manitoba and make it into the world's largest parking lot. With the reasoning of, oh, it's only Manitoba. Oh, you meant to type stoic? Well, I'm not much into stoicism. That stuff just kind of perplexes me. I don't know. I've just never had any reason to go to anywhere in Ottawa. Never had any reason to even go to Ontario. But don't have any family there. Is the get good of real life in the worst possible way, yeah. I know what you're asking, Soul. I'm just thinking out loud, based on words that are flying by. Choose Epicurism, be happy. Born with depression. Choose existence. That's me. I choose existence versus non-existence. My brain wants non-existence. Most of the time. So I choose existence, because existence is better than non-existence, even if I'm not happy. Because you only get one existence, so enjoy it. As that edgy band I listened to when I was a young kid says, you only get one shot, so don't fuck it up. Wow, that's a... I'm not even going to read that first line out loud. Not good. Isms are not good. Isms. I don't believe in... That's quite the... You know, honestly, I need to rewatch Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Because I watched that movie once really, really, really stoned. Don't remember much of it. I just remember him crashing the Ferrari. You literally just want to live in a barrel and eat cabbage every day? Dude, I've made so much sauerkraut this year. I don't know, chat's just sitting here talking about stoicism and random other crap. I don't know what they're talking about, to be honest. I just want a house where I can garden. But unfortunately, I'm disabled and have to live close to a hospital and need to live close to the city so I can actually, like, exist. Because I can't drive and never will be able to drive, so... This music is chill, if you want to even call it music. Do you want the link to it, Armor? It's just a noise generator. As somebody who desperately just wants to be able to be self-sufficient and not cause a carbon footprint, it's really frustrating existing in this world. He says as he's sitting next to his 3070 that's blasting hot air at his knee. It's free too, except they ask you nicely to donate $5 once or twice a year. I pay for premium, because otherwise I would feel bad. How dare you try to be a decent human being? Turns out it's difficult. But, you know, we all do our best. Supporting games that deserve it. Playing cool art. Because, believe it or not, this game is art! It's in an art museum. Thus, it's, like, by all legal definitions, art. It just confuses everyone else. You know what actually confuses me? Are the people that live in massive mansions and have 12 cars out front. It's like, there's a bus that goes past your house every day. Twice a day. Twice an hour, even. In some cases, 4 times an hour. Personal climate responsibility is not efficient. Well, I mean, I have this easy advantage of, like, not having the option, so. I live walking distance from rapid public transit, so I'm also pretty lucky. If I were rich, I would just unironically sing, if I were a rich man, once a day. I like that word, though. Criticism. That's a good word. Criticism is a good word. The problem with the suburbs audio is people are too spread apart for them to ever be efficient. They would have to take such a long, windy route to actually get to enough people for the bus route to be worth it, that they're designed in such a way that the public transit is inefficient. All day long I'd biddy baby bum if I were a wealthy man. Hi! I was in a production of Fiddler on the Roof once when I was a child. Good memories, actually. You'd throw whole rolls of dollared coins at orphans? No more rolls of nickels for me. Full damage. It is oi. O-O-Y. Oi! It's like boy from God of War, except oi, minus the B. And more emphasis on the oi. Audio would know, though. Audio is culturally allowed to correct us on not being Jewish enough when referencing Jewish media. Although, is it fair to call that media? For me, Fiddler on the Roof is a movie in my brain. I know it's a musical, but the most Jewish person in the chat's allowed to call us out for being incorrect. It's a musical and a movie. True story. When growing up, we used to watch Fiddler on the Roof every Christmas, and we would turn on the sing-alongs. It was something my family used to do. We were a bunch of nerds. Good times. Happy memories. But I've been... My older sister was in the musical twice, I think? Various productions, and I was in it once. Good times. This is eventually going to look really cool, but for right now, it's just taking a lot of time to put together. Am I making a glass dome? More of a pyramid, but yes. Because, and then these are going to get stuff built around them all the way up to the top of the dome, so that when goblins get launched off of these drawbridges, instead of just flying really, 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 really high up to like up here and then all the way back down into the lava, they'll fly up to the top, smack into the ceiling, take damage, and then fall back down into lava. Fucking drama bomb? Drama bomb sounds like somebody's ultimate in a dating sim. Anyway, best of luck. Good morning, Lamond. I hope you slept well. You dated the fiddler in high school. She was tiny and actually played violin. Wait, really? Yeah. Like the person, like somebody who was in Fiddler on the Roof a couple times? You wish? Well, good luck. That's like the best part about having very few friends is like drama bombs don't generally happen. And usually when they are, they're on Twitter and I could just be like, huh? Oh, fuck that. And then just forget about it. That's it's usually how it goes for me. It's like, oh, streamers are mad about something. Cool, moving on. It's Tuesday. What else is new? So, Fungi Days, in fact, your brother went to a boarding school that was like 60% Jewish and was voted the most Jewish, and was voted the most Jewish person attending. This is interesting. At the awards ceremony for his graduations. He's an atheist. It's just the hair. I don't even want to read that out loud. And people, and it was, look, thankfully he has much less messy hairstyle now. And he did get a degree in history with a focus on theology, though. Huh. Strange. Well then. That seems mildly problematic to me, but I don't know. I was raised Christian, so what do I know? Also, apparently I like this comment. Apparently Dwarf Fortress is being released on Finland's Independence Day. And they say alcoholics rejoice. That's funny. Apparently, Dwarf Fortress is releasing in celebration of Finnish independence. Which is funny, because, like, every single Finn that I know, who I've met on the internet, tries to avoid drinking as much as possible because it's extremely expensive in Finland. Independence of beer? Well, I mean... Goats has created a masterpiece andesite door. Come on. More doors. I've never brewed hooch. I've made wine. Does that count? Calm down, Hex Wrench. Stop stealing everybody's syllables, for fuck's sake. I swear to God, like, the Finnish language is some Cthulhu-based monster that was born in the deep blackness of nighttime, where they just were like, we shall consume all of the syllables and make a language out of it. You made cherry brandy with your grandma? Ooh. Holy heck, it had a kick? I'm sure. Independence Day, Dwarf Day, and Finnish? Oh, fair enough. This is why people think Finland exists. Not even gonna... We're diving into this rabbit hole again. We back to, like, 2019 stream? Is that what's happening? You see, I don't. I'm legally blind. Explain. Describe the visuals clearly. Kid just offered you all of his Halloween candy? You gave him a You gave him a... If I got him a Robux gift card. Wow. Huh. Damn. That's too real, man. That's too real. It's too much of a rabbit hole. It's a pretty deep hole. Straight to the incinerator with the kid. Kid can't be trusted. It's probably a business mode. He's ripping people off. That's, man. Yeah, I don't know. Roblox scares the shit out of me. I'll be completely honest. It's like there are a few things in the games industry that scare me more than Roblox, but Roblox is one of them. One of the things that scares me most about this goddamn industry. Their kids aren't allowed to play. I wonder if... There's several games where I just kind of go, man, I wonder if... Like, that'll cause them problems, though, if they're not allowed to play it. Like, if all their friends play it and like, all the people that they know on social media play it, and then, like... Then they just kind of get made fun of for not being able to play it. Sometimes wonder about that stuff. Like, as an aside, actually, there's a podcaster slash game developer slash sometimes Twitch streamer who I listen to a couple podcasts by named Will Smith. Not that Will Smith. which is very funny because whenever the actor Will Smith says something dumb or apologizes for slapping Chris Rock or like causes drama, not that Will Smith, other Will Smith, Twitter's Will Smith even, just gets flooded on Twitter by people hate mailing him and him just going like, oh God, not again. But anyway, he streams sometimes and his kids are allowed to play any games that are multiplayer as long as dad can play too sometimes. So it doesn't matter what the game is, but dad has to play too. So the kids never want to play Roblox because they don't want dad to play Roblox, which is kind of an interesting solution. So he plays Fortnite. He plays Fortnite with them, which is kind of funny because he used to play a lot of PUBG and he's like, you know, I think Fortnite's better than PUBG. And it's like, oh my God, really? Wow. You came around quick. You remember him complaining about the other Will Smith? Yes. The kid makes you play Roblox with him all the time. Oh no. Well, I mean, at the very least, then you can make sure he's not getting up to no good. You know, eventually, kid will find better games and hopefully move on. Could you link the podcast? Okay. Actually, hold on. Does this website still work? This work? Yes, it does. Okay. There you go. That does in fact work. I think they also have this. Does this one also work? Yeah, and then the other one that they have is this one. That's the other one. It's TechPod and FlossPod with Brad and Will. X-Giant Bomb Guy and Will Smith used to work at Tested and various other websites over the years. One of them's just about like, well, TechPod is just, it's about tech and like computers and new CPUs and new phones and whatever the fuck. And then the other one is strictly interviews with people who work on open source software. How's stream? How's stream? Pretty good. Pretty chill. Just hanging out, talking about random bullshit while I'm trying to build a glass pyramid. You know, just usual stuff. How are you? How's your day? Hopefully work's been good. I used my standing desk for a bit today, which I haven't done in a while. My legs are sore. They're pretty good. I get to link content.town domains. Because, you know, content town. Who doesn't want to go to a content town? Honestly, I would have just told you the title curses, but I just wanted to type in podcast.content.town. Because that's just a fun URL to type in. It's just like, I do not like Taco Bell, but occasionally I will just like link this because it's just funny to me. Taco. Or the always funny. That one. I swear to God, that link is safe for work. It's probably because you're going through a VPN, if I had to guess. That's really funny. Apparently, Tygo doesn't have permission to access Taco Bell. Well, there you go. You do not have permission. Very, very busy. Very scattered. Good day, but birthday dinner with fiance. Ate way too much. Well, that's a good thing. All right, well, we finally built the wall, the outer wall. We just need to finish removing these last few bits. We're getting there. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How's sketchy? Just, you know, talking about random crap. As I, like I said, play dwarves in the background. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, this is actually just a just chatting stream masquerading as a Dwarf Fortress stream. Stream? Yes. There just happens to be Dwarf Fortress in the background. It's like kind of unrelated. Although sometimes I do a really good job commentating over Dwarf Fortress, but it's the downtimes. It's the downtime between action. Oh my god, fucking Kegel is streaming DF? Wow. Okay, so like there are so many people that are streaming Dwarf Fortress that it's like, oh, I know you from other places. And it's like, oh my god, I never actually thought I'd see you back. Shit. Like, the excitement is brewing. People are starting to stream Dwarfort. Such a follower? What, Kegel? Kegel's good people, though. People just, like, never stream Dwarf Fortress until the hype cycle begins, and they're like, oh, right. Gotta dive in. Gotta dig deep. Or literally anything else now? Everything good? What do I know Kegel from? His kid also is a type 1 diabetic and type 1 diabetes fundraisers. Because I usually raise money for juvenile diabetes on my birthday. And when, like, you suddenly make, like, $3,000 in an hour or in a couple of hours for a charity, a lot of people who are heavily involved with the charity notice and show up. So, yeah, no, he fundraises for the same charity. I think, like, most of his streams are just charity streams, like, all the time. Nothing you can do about it? Well, it is what it is. You injured your hand at work yesterday. Oh, no. I had to go to the hospital? Fuck, dude. Hopefully, it's a quick and speedy recovery, if nothing else. Iron arrow? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Can fall. Do not care. You mod for Kegel for context? He's a good friend. Yeah, I've seen you in his streams before. I mean, I think I've rated him before when you've been in his streams. But also, like, Twitch is just small. And if you happen to be in, like, the subcategory of, like, strategy or, like, indie variety, I've probably seen your content before. Like, I am just a creepy obsessive who watches too much Twitch, who pays way too much attention to specific, like, tags and subcategories of this site, doing my damnedest to avoid the mainstream categories of this site. So even if I've never spoken in someone's stream before, it's likely I at the very least know of their existence. And then if I start speaking in the stream, it means I like the stream and I want to hang out. But I don't know. I'm just like this kind of weird gargoyle who just, like, lurks around Twitch. And I've just been doing it for years. Filing for workers' comp is a pain in the ass. Oh, God. I've never had to do that. Worst injury I ever got at a job, though. I got really fucking badly electrocuted. I had, like, a burn, like, about that big on the base of my wrist. This was before I started streaming. This would have been 2011? Because I hadn't moved out yet. Got a burn about that big on the base of my wrist. And a burn right there on my elbow. Because it went right through my elbow. Fucking hurt. Like the weirdest pain I've ever experienced in my life. It wasn't the... Like, it's hard to explain. It wasn't the most pain I've ever experienced, but it was the weirdest pain. It was like this weird, like, burn that, like, my whole arm just irked, like, doing that. Oh, no, definitely. Like, there was a power outlet that fell off when I was mopping the floor, and I was mopping behind a thing, and I couldn't see, and it got caught on something. And I was like, what the fuck? And I reached down to like grab the mop, and when I grabbed the mop, I blacked out and I woke up like on the floor on my ass, the mop bucket knocked over like against a wall, with one of my coworkers looking at me going, "Are you dead?" I was like, "No." That was fun. They gave me 3 weeks off with pay. Which is pretty good, frankly. Worst thing that happened to you at work was a battery acid spilled all over your pants? Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Universal power supply battery? Jeez. I need to buy one of those. The universal power supply would be useful. You almost cut off your tendon? Oy. I feel like we're going to scare half of the chat away really quickly with this conversation, but... Gargoyle? A streamer? A gamer goyle? Gamer goyle. Gamer goyle sounds like something that Fortnite streamers would try and sell you for $12.99 a month. Subscribe to Gamer Goyle. Put it in your pants. I don't know. What's Gamer Goyle? What do you think that would do? It just reminds me of Gamer Goo, actually, that shit that you put on your hands so your hands stop sweating, which is just like the strangest fucking thing ever to me. Gamer Goyle sounds Scottish. Well, if it's Scottish, then it's just a food, right? You've never been gainfully employed? Fuck yeah. Vagabond these nuts. That's a fun subreddit, actually, is / Vagabond. That's just like people train hopping. Gamer goo is like it's a mild antiperspirant that you put on your hands and it stops your hands from sweating. That's what it is, but it's just such a weird name for a thing. And they sponsor a lot of streamers, and I get like maybe an email every 6 months from them saying, "Hey, no." Gamer goyle? Yeah, actually, no, you're right. Like a gamer goyle sounds like a cyst. It's like a cyst that you get from using keyboards too much. That was more partier control blaze with large puzzle floors and you didn't catch the name of it? That was... Calm down, memers. It's Zorbin time! And I don't actually say that as a joke. Like, the money in this game's called Zorbs. Everything is a Zorb. It's all Zorbs. Prepare to be Zorbed. Go play Zorbus. Yeah. If it's a D&D-inspired party-based dungeon crawler. Traditional roguelike. It's a fun little game. It's like $5. Zorbus. It used to be free, but the dev decided it would be better to charge for it, which I think is kind of an odd decision. Mighty Morphin Zorbin time. The game literally makes that joke. Like, it's a very self-aware that it has a silly name. You have to find Zorbs as keys for certain rooms, like, and they're literally weird orbs. And the money in the game is Zorbits. Like, it's a game. Zorbus is a video game. It doesn't take itself too seriously. And you know what? I respect the fuck out of it for that. I think it's also on itch, or at least it was. One thing I'll say about Zorbus, though, is it has very, very, very modular UI. So if you buy it and you launch it and you're like, why is this shaped really weirdly? Just go fiddle with the settings, because it does a really bad job adjusting itself to your monitor the first time you launch it. Like, it was about a square about this big in the center of my, like, 30-inch monitor when I initially... I was like, why is it so tiny? It's a game for ants! But no, like, it's just very modular UI, and you have to, like, adjust the size of every window individually. So that part's a bit of a pain, but, like, aside from that, it's really good. Options are better than no options, but it kind of sucks when it doesn't know the size of your monitor when you launch it. It's one of those games that thinks it's like, oh, it thinks that monitors should be like 240p or like 168 or something. When you first launch it, and then it takes some fiddling. It sounded really interesting. It's a neat game. It just took me 20 minutes to set it up the first time. And it's firmly in that impulse purchase range, which is good. Was just knocked unconscious by a kangaroo. I have a question. Have you ever been kicked by a kangaroo? Because I haven't, but it looks painful, so I'm not too surprised. Maybe you should, like, fire your war grizzly and hire some war kangaroos. Why is there a starving sheep on my wall? Somebody's pet. We should go... I really wish I was better at managing livestock in this game. Pretty bad at it. I've got so many hungry heads. What the hell? I'm sure somebody has, but I'm not familiar with this. Testing the PSI of a kangaroo punch and kick. I'm sure it would be equals pain. That's my guess. Let's do that and that. Fuck. When it comes to fecal matter and urine in Dwarf Fortress, Tarn and Zach are pretty firm on not allowing or not giving dwarves the ability to poop. Not for any reason other than they don't know how they could make it into a fun game mechanic. I mean, there's already like various, what's it called? Ways that dwarves can be contaminated with dirt. Pretty firm, yes. But recently, after much deliberation and pestering from the community, we've managed to make them come around on the concept of manure. Although there is the fan theory that the reason that they're against adding dwarven poop isn't that they fear like that it wouldn't be a fun mechanic. They fear that we would weaponize it. And I don't think they like the idea of shit cannons being used as a common dwarven weapon. So, for that reason, I don't think that we'll ever get dwarven shit. However, I feel as the years go on, we're getting closer and closer to a world where livestock might need manure to be cleared, which can be used as sorry. However, livestock may begin to produce manure, which could be used as part of certain crafting, such as like ways like you to make leather. Traditionally, you need urine or brain matter. So either we need to either get urine or brain matter. You want monkeys to throw poop? Hey, touche. So anyway, that's as I understand it. Was that more of an answer than you were expecting? Because, like, I've actually had this discussion with Tarn before in one of my interviews. I can't remember which one, but I want somebody to, like, go through my interviews and, like, re-listen to all 7 of them. It's only, like, 14 hours of video or something. And, like, catalog all the information that's in them so that I can just search it without me having to do it, because fuck that. That's too much effort. I don't get paid enough to do that yet. Maybe one day. Then I'll pay somebody else to do it. Is it on my YouTube? Yeah. There's a playlist of them, actually. I mean, just the funny thing is, though, like, you guys do know that we would in fact weaponize feces the second we had the opportunity. Here, there you go. There's the playlist. But yes, that we are getting to team manure. So maybe one day. Do grades of leather exist? Because, you know, qualities, there's very little when it comes to quality of leather. I think that, like, leather is one of those things that, like, could be expanded upon. The reason that brain matter would be a good, like, use for, like, increased complexity of leather creation is because, like, you're already butchering an animal to make leather, so why not just, like, why not just add brain matter? I mean, that's gotta be easy, right? Just add multiplayer. Easy peasy. Sorry. Oh, speaking of multiplayer, I actually got my first comment from somebody today that was just like, not playing Dwarf Fortress unless they add multiplayer. First one I've seen in a while. The fat orangutan. No, it wouldn't be the fat. It would just be the orangutan defecates. I guess maybe an adventure mode. Throws a glob of orangutans of named, obviously, although here's the thing though, right? If it's a notorious orangutan, it would in fact, its fecal matter would in fact be named after it, if it had a name, right? So anything that creature produces would be named after it. So its poop would be, like, let's just say it was named Dastot. It would be Dastot, the screaming flatulences, excrement. Probably. Or fecal excrement, maybe? I don't know. Well, I'm trying to think, like, what verbiage Dwarf Fortress would use for poop. Probably be something like that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, might get added one day, but, like, they don't really want players to have to manage sewage, because we would, in fact, just turn it into a moat. And nobody wants poop moats. Come on. It's gross. I am running out of glass. I need to make more glass. Sewage moats are historically accurate. Dwarves don't live in human history, though. Dwarf Fortress isn't historically accurate. Last I checked, there wasn't dragons at any point on Earth. Nor necromancy. So, checkmate. Nobody wants poop moats? Zach and Tarn don't want poop moats. Here's like the thing about Dwarf Fortress that people need to remember, right? It's the mind child of two people, right? If they don't want a thing in their baby, then they're not going to put it in the game, right? It's the reason there's no guns in Dwarf Fortress, is because Zach and Tarn don't like guns and don't want to sit around and learn about guns. That's their quote, not mine. So, if something isn't in Dwarf Fortress, it's likely because they just don't want to put it in the game. I mean, you can already make mucus moats, and slime moats, and blood moats, depending on what it's raining. Or vomit moats. That's also pretty bad. I had a pretty consistent vomit moat once in a haunted biome because it was raining vomit. It was a lovely place. Gremlin for mayor instead? Yeah, totally. Boy. Today's been a day. It's been a week. Good lord. You're really enjoying the music? Still going, isn't it? You know, I accidentally had it unmuted, and then it took me a while to figure out where the music was coming from. Apparently, he's gonna shut it down on Monday. He's gonna let it run till then. So we need someone to take over the Gremlin for Mayor 24/7 countdown clock. Theoretically, I could just run a 24/7 countdown clock on this computer, but I also just kind of don't want to. Also, I'm feeling like playing some Path of Acra in a little bit. What do you guys think of this? Guys down for some Paths of Acra? Or Path of Acra? Uh-oh. Oh no! Well, I guess that means you're dead. Not sure how... Did you, like, deconstruct floor that you were standing on, you smart dwarf? Super duper missed that. Well, we dropped the dwarf into the lava somehow. Not totally sure how, but he's dead. Chat. So. Muskox to be shareable and stuff like that before getting around to conjuring poo. I know that there will be a very, very, very rapid need for various mods in Dwarf Fortress as soon as premium launches. To the point where, like, mod makers who are good at programming, go find yourself an artist that wants to work together with you on mod packs for DF, because if you can couple that with good artwork that fits the style of the game, I could see small industry popping up pretty quick. Running low on booze. Gotta go fix this problem. Are muskox not shareable? Really? We could build a sewage system, or we could make a fecal flinger, a crap cannon, and an excrement expeller, a howitzer. Most horrible, yes. An excrement expelling howitzer. I don't know. I mean, save that thought, you know? And the reason I say save that thought is, I think I'm going to have Tarn on stream again on the 17th. I think the 17th. Need to double check that. Yes, 17th. Thursday the 17th, probably around 3 p.m. Pacific. Which one? Which one was your nickname from the excrement expeller? Fecal flinger? Fecal flinger. Fecal flinger should be like either a grindcore band's name. Oh, EEH, right? Yes, an excrement. Someone needs to go grab fecal flinger as a Twitch username. Like, someone go grab that. That's too good a username to just leave unclaimed. Let's see, and count down the hours until you get banned. Already notes in the raws. Oh, really? Well, I mean, you could still get Tarn talking about him. That might be a good little slightly off-topic ramble. Oh shit, I just got a new annual patron 59 minutes ago. I don't know who did that, but whoever did that, you need to let me know. Name you want in credits. But I will send them a DM later. Also owes somebody a sound command now, looks like. But, I gotta say, there's been a lot of construction on this big old pyramid, but... You know... What if I put, like, a Steam logo on top of this thing? I mean, it wouldn't be anywhere near as cool looking as Cupo's Steam logo from back when it was announced, but... What if I put a Steam logo on top of this giant... thing? Let the dwarves smoke. Well, there's already hemp, for one thing. But it actually, like, that's a mod that I would install if there was a good one that existed. It genuinely bothers me that you can't, like, give them tobacco. Like, genuinely, it bothers me. Like, to me, there are three things that are very dwarfy from, like, popular media. Beer. Dwarf died due to falling in lava. Rest in peace. Beer, axes, or hammers, and smoke and smokeweed. And it bothers me that dwarves don't smoke in Dwarfort. Like, genuinely, it does. It's like this really... It's something that shouldn't bother me, but it does for some reason. Like, that's... You're missing, like, a major part of dwarfiness is smoking smokeweed. Or smoke leaf, or whatever. Like, Chad, if you could just snap your fingers and make one feature be added to Dwarf Fortress, what would it be? Because for me, honestly, it would just be, like, let the dwarves smoke. Seems more know-me? You don't even know me! Socks? How could you say that? But why not both? Why can't both dwarves and gnomes smoke? Also, gnomes are something I'm looking forward to seeing in Dwarfort. Simple prosthetics, yeah, true. Like Footloose could have a foot again in this fort. Just join me on Team Smoking and it'll be a good day. Playable races other than dwarves? That is planned. And also, it's very easy to activate. You could go play as goblin. I've done forts as goblins before, which is weird because they don't need booze. You just make them a well and they're perfectly happy. It's like, what the fuck? Half the game's gone. Dwarves aren't as flammable? You mean, like, dwarves are still just as flammable, but they learn how to stop, drop, and roll most of the time? What are the blue floors made of? Not to be a big dummy, but what blue floors? You mean these? 'Cause those are green, not blue. Unless you're talking about this, because that's not a floor. That's open space. So either you're colorblind, or you're talking about the open space. I'm assuming you're going to talk about the open space. It's open space. It's empty air. It basically, it's like when you're playing Silent Hill on a PS2, and you're like, staring off into the distance. It's sky. Because I'm building above ground, which in this game takes billions of years to get anything fucking done. Actually, if I could snap a bigger feature into existence, it would be I would give the animal and plant people, or the animal people and the plant people culture and let them form factions or join factions easier. Because it drives me bonkers that there's just like animal people everywhere and they're all just like weird savages that just go and attack you for no reason. Sure. I mean, that you could make that happen. Dwarves getting cavalry units? I think that's a thing that we're gonna get one of these days. The problem is animal AI is weird. So putting a dwarf on an animal would be like asking for a disaster because like All you need is like a bird to dive bomb your horse, and then suddenly the horses just go and split. But it would be neat. I guess theoretically you could make like war dogs and then send them out to fight with goblins and just imagine that they're riding them. But make them mine at 1/20th of the speed. I mean, well, they don't. But I've had elves in my forts before that are perfectly like good miners. Humans have a weird problem if you make them playable where they have like the opposite of cave adaptation. Like they get depressed if you keep them underground too long. Which is kind of a weird mechanic when you're playing this game. Honestly, I think this thing's looking pretty good. Coming along. It'll take ages, but we're getting there. It will slowly go quicker. So I guess we'll finish this pyramid tomorrow then, probably. At it right now. Yeah. You get sad if you don't stare into the sun? Your eyes will thank you, though, if you don't stare into the sun. I more get sad if my skin doesn't feel the warmth of the sun. All right, let's do that. Place that. Just kind of want to get this layer done real bad. How's the booze supply doing? 66, we're all right. How short do days get where I live? I'm not Googling it. Sunrise. That's the longest day, Google. I want the shortest day. Why can't you like Right now it's 8:04. It's like nine something in the morning until like 4 something in the evening, I think. And it's like in the middle of December. But hold on. Let's try this. Okay, so the shortest day of the year, the sun rises at 8:31, and it sets at 4:16. That's the shortest day of the year, which is what, December 21st or something, winter solstice. Dwarves running from shops and markets and visitors interacting with them dynamically would be cool to see. I would like to see like traveling markets that show up and like set up, because like the like fundamentals for that stuff is in the game, and adventure mode is just shut down. It's just shut off and disabled because it makes the game lag too much. Like many things in Dwarf Fortress. It broke the game, so they turned it off to be re-enabled one day. All right, well, I mean, not bad progress today. Look at this. It's getting there. It is, in fact, getting there. Kind of squarey, but hey. I get depressed in the summer sometimes because it makes me way too conscious of my own loneliness. If that makes any sense. But I tend to agree with that. I'm very sensitive to bright light. I don't generally like being in direct sunlight during the day unless I can avoid it, because my eyes hurt, like to the point where I just close my bad eye and squint out of my good eye in the summer, which makes my vision even worse, obviously. But chat room, we've streamed about 9 hours of Dwarf Fort today, which is a lot of hours. And I kind of would like to play another game today. So I think I'm going to swap games now. This has been a very good day. You know, we had a pretty close siege that got a little chaotic. Killed several forgotten beasts, lost several dwarves, made lots of glass, worked on our big old pyramid, continued building, and we're going to finish it, damn it. We finished the mechanism for all of the pumps, and it's fully locked and loaded and ready to burn. So hopefully we can go and find some goblins to burninate soon. But that's it for dwarves for me today. We'll be doing more dwarfs tomorrow. Might even try and get more long death time in tomorrow. Do I like Rift Wizard? That game's way too galaxy brain for me, I'll be honest with you. But the dev's cool. Interviewed him. There's a video of me and him talking on YouTube. It's a really, really, really neat game that I am not patient enough to play. But it's a neat game. But we're actually going to go play a game that's heavily inspired by Rift Wizard, though. That's less massive brain and more wacky. As in, like, whacking thing with big stick. Anyway, we're going to go play a game called Path of Akra. But if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort and you don't want to stick around for my shenanigans, even though I will raid a Dwarf Fort stream when I'm done, probably, I recommend going and watching either Tekid or Kegel. Those two are both really good. Lolotov's also pretty good. And Niridin is finishing up his charity streams. But we're going to go play something else. You're off to bed now? Have a good night's sleep. But if you are sticking around, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Can I get a round of beers? People are sticking around. Twitch bright mode? Do I have to do this twice today? Fuck off with your ableist bullshit. Don't get mad at people for using settings you don't like. You want to see what's fun? I use OBS in light mode too. Look at that. Fuck you, asshole. Right. Don't be a cunt. Use settings you like and don't be a bitch about it. I don't get at you for using dark mode. Don't get at me for using light mode. I'm visually impaired. Let me use the thing that's easier for me. Fuck you. People don't think, they speak. I'm visually impaired. If I have weird settings on my computer, don't at me. Jesus Christ.